mold myself to be a better corporate personality.
The best part of this degree program is the 1-year industry. So it's basically all the students who study at IIT gets the opportunity to work at a certain company where it can be a business or IT organization. And the most important aspect of this internship program is that we get a chance to work in cutting edge technology. So when we come back to IIT for our final year, it's like we are fully equipped with knowledge to do our final year project.
At IIT, we revolutionize education. We believe in a wholesome education which molds a student into a responsible and active citizen. Modern lecture halls, computer labs, library, and all facilities are provided to enrich our curriculum. The life of a student at IIT is filled with a long list of extracurricular activities.
The master's program is able to cater to the rapidly advancing demands in the software industry. I'm sure the master's program at IIT will help me develop in my career.
I'm a person who constantly wants to improve my skills and knowledge and differentiate myself from others. So while I was looking for such opportunities, I came across with this program by IIT, MSc in Business Analytics, affiliated to Abroad University, Scotland.
Big data, the latest technology, the biggest wave in coming IT. Where do you get that in Sri Lanka? How can you learn it? IIT. That's where I found them tying up with Robert Gordon University in UK. It was the best of the courses that you can find in big data. I'm very proud to say that I made the right choice to do it.
The sports teams of IIT have been playing in national arenas and making the IIT name proud with numerous achievements. We believe these achievements add value to the balanced education that we promote at IIT.
Please welcome to the stage the Chief Executive Officer of the Informatics Institute of Technology, Mr. Mohan Fernando, to deliver the welcome address.
Good morning. On behalf of the team IIT, I would like to welcome all of you, Mangala, Chairman, and distinguished guests. It's my pleasure to be here today. Cutting Edge 2023, the premier showcase of our research talent, where we unleash the potential for the future of Sri Lanka. Last month, we had our research conference showcasing most of these researchers and very prominent speakers from around the world coming and presenting their premier research. And some of these researchers that you're seeing today have won in the same conference. So this is your chance to witness the best, not only in the country, but in the world as well. Cutting Edge is an opportunity, is a platform for us to engage with the industry and also the schools, the future generations of IIT. So this is your opportunity to come and see what IIT differentiate ourselves from a normal university. So I invite all the companies, the industry specialists who are here to take a deep look at some of our research. I'm sure you will find some of the solutions for your problems. And as you know, we have set up a research unit especially for this, to collaborate with you for ongoing research. So I welcome all of you. I invite all of you to come, shake hands with us, and do this journey together. Because amount of research that we do, not only for academic publication, but also for applied research. So Cutting Edge is the ideal start and the platform for you to do that. And the students from the schools, I saw you're lined up. So you will get to witness what our students have done as part of their final year project. And not only the final year students, even the second, third years, even the foundation students have presented their project. So you will see what you get in the university life of IIT, which is far different from a traditional university. So welcome board, and it will be an interesting day. Please take time, use the opportunity to get the maximum of it. I invite all of you to enjoy cutting edge and support the researchers. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for those inspiring words. So moving on, we would like to invite our Honorable Chief Guest, the Chief Information Officer of DEMO, Mr. Mangala Vikramasinghe, to address the gathering.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for the invite and pleasure being here. I think IIT and IIT students were not new to me. I started interacting with them a long time back during my very first job at Unilever. So there were quite a few at that time. I think all of them did extremely well, and then I think Unilever treated IIT was their first choice of students in placements, and I moved on, moved on quite a bit in the industry, but wherever I went, the tradition continued. We used to hire, or rather give placements for IIT students, and then they always came up with flying colors, I would say. One advantage that they had at that time, I think probably many universities would have copied by now, but the one advantage was 1 long year placement compared to rather 6 months, 3 months, where the other people had that placements, and then these kids could add value back to the companies during that long 1 year. So thank you for the association, and also I think even now at DEMO we have quite a few, I think probably more than 10 or so placement students that we use for various projects, and the benefits are mutual, I would say. They learn quite a bit, and also we get locked. I think I always believe that the technology, probably you wouldn't agree, might not agree. Never been in academia, or rather I've always been in industry, except for a few lectures at University of Moratuwa. So I believe technology should create value and also create money. If you don't have money in technology, technology cannot sustain. The technology moving to industry gets refined and also grow exponentially in industry. You can teach, you can do all that. You can have the best technology, but if it not go into industry and created value, technology itself cannot survive. So I believe that. So some might not agree, but that is what I believe. I think these forums like this, events like this actually facilitate that. Bringing technology into industry, being closer to industry, and create value, generate money. That money itself would actually add back value to the same technology and the people who create technology and people who apply technology. So I think IIT, with chairman's, I think probably vision long time back, would have recognized that. That's why they're trying to be in the closer to industry as much as possible, and probably others would have learned that through hard way. So one institute that probably I realized that that works very closely with the industry, and then maybe refine their technology by being in the industry is IIT. So exciting times, and I think these are the times that technology is required really in the industry to I think differentiate, because I think we are living in my experience at DEMO is we are living in an industry where the products and services get commoditized very easily, and then you look at probably last year you put out a product or service, and then this year you have 10 competitors copying that. It is easy, reverse engineering copying has become the forte and then in the easy. But to differentiate that, technology would actually come in, and then sustainability can be created in products and services offered, and then those products actually would last longer. Again, I'm excited actually going around and understanding what you can offer to the industry, and then I remember even during the placement, some of the projects that those students did were very valuable to that organization, and then they implemented some of the projects that they took from the students, and then they implemented, and then those have been generating money, commercial value as well, probably today. Again, thank you, and I wish you all the very best, and look forward to continuation of this tradition where IIT would closely work with the industry. Thank you. Wish you all the very best.
Making this event even more special with your speech.
Cutting Edge 2023 marks a significant milestone as we proudly return to the physical realm for this exhibition. After years of adapting and innovating in the virtual space, we are back stronger and more enthusiastic than ever, ready to showcase our innovations and achievements in person.
This year, Cutting Edge will feature an impressive showcase of 90 innovative projects that encompasses a wide range of fields. Beyond the captivating exhibits, students from all levels actively participate in thrilling competitions such as coding, gaming leagues, innovative products, and software demonstrations, creating an atmosphere that nurtures collaboration, learning, and the relentless pursuit of excellence in the fields of technology and entrepreneurship.
So as we continue with our event, I would like to express our heartfelt gratitude to our sponsors. Platinum sponsor, Zen Technologies. Gold sponsor, Vetstoria. Silver sponsors, Lanka Oryx Information Technology Private Limited and Zone 24/7. Bronze sponsors, Eternum Lanka Private Limited, WSO2 and Creative Software, and Innovations Partner, 99X Technology. Your unwavering support has been instrumental in bringing us all together today.
Before we proceed, let's take a moment to outline the plan for the day. Following our inspiring opening ceremony, we have a day filled with enriching content ahead. First up, the project showcase will be open to the public throughout the whole day. We have our Tech Talks, where experts will delve into cutting-edge topics that are shaping our industry today. For those of you eager to participate in these enlightening discussions, please join us in Hall B.
Next up, during lunch, we have a special treat for you, an entertainment session that promises to be both fun and engaging. Make sure not to miss it. After lunch, we dive back into the world of technology with more riveting tech talks. If you wish to be a part of these thought-provoking sessions, once again, head over to Hall B. Lastly, our day concludes with the eagerly anticipated closing and award ceremony, where we celebrate the outstanding contributions and achievements in our field.
Putting all these achievements together, we have compiled an e-souvenir, which contains the work of our IITians that we are happy to share with you today. To launch this souvenir, we would like to invite our chief guest, Mr. Mangala Vikramasinghe.
touchpad or the mouse?
Thank you, sir, for joining us on stage once again.
Now I'm delighted to invite the chairperson of the event, whose vision, leadership and dedication have been the driving force behind Cutting Edge. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Nabil Shahnas to the stage.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, event sponsors, lecturers and staff members, academic and administrative staff, fellow IITians, and all those who have joined with us today. A very good morning to all of you. I am Nabil Shahnas, and it's my pleasure to extend to all of you a warm, heartfelt welcome to the grand opening of Cutting Edge 23 as a student committee chairperson. Cutting Edge is more than just an event. It's just celebration and a testament to the power of technology. After 3 long years of hosting this event virtually, we are thrilled to be back in person, feeling the energy and excitement that only a physical event can bring. The theme for this year, Unleashing the Power of Digital Technology, Digital Revolution, it encapsulates the essence of what Cutting Edge 23 is all about. It is a theme that resonates with the very core of the event to explore, innovate and harness the incredible potential of technology to reshape the way we live, the way we work and the way we connect. The benefits of Cutting Edge 23 are numerous. It is a platform where students, faculty and sponsors converge to celebrate innovation. Cutting Edge 23 comprises a diverse array of events that promise ignite your curiosity and creativity, from fiercely competitive Tech Minds Challenge and adrenaline-pumping gaming league and the awe-inspiring project competitions, to the enlightening of ITV sessions. There is something here for everyone. The experience of organizing an event of this scale and significance have been immeasurable. So our dedicated organizing committee has invested countless hours to ensure that Cutting Edge 23 lives up to the reputation as and beacon of innovation. So with great pleasure, I hereby declare Cutting Edge is officially open. In just a few moments, we will embark on a journey of discovery, creativity and technological marvels. And I urge each one of you to seize the opportunity to connect with fellow innovators, learn from the best and allow yourselves to be inspired. So thank you for gracing this occasion with your presence. Welcome everyone to Cutting Edge 23. Let the journey of innovation and discovery with all the incredible benefits commence. So I would like to invite our chief guest to officially open the exhibition by cutting the ribbon.
When you think of a university, you think of buildings, piles of books, racks, words, numbers, long hallways, and desks. But for us, it's actually a place where we connect with people, with whom we learn and grow together. At Informatics Institute of Technology, we don't always know where we are headed, but we are here to find our paths. With us, more than 3,000 undergraduates across the globe have shared the roofs of IIT. Our degrees are offered from world-renowned universities, University of Westminster and Robert Gordon University.
Informatics Institute of Technology has been delivering British degrees for over 2.5 decades. Our goal has been to produce graduates who are highly skilled, innovative, employable, and who can compete in an international arena. Our curriculum and our lecture panel and the extracurricular activities and co-curricular activities that we provide at IIT facilitate in grooming such graduates. Today our graduates are holding significant positions in the business and in the IT arena.
When I first joined IIT, I was a little persistent whether I could handle the workload, but with the immense support from IIT and the guidance from my lecturers, it was very easy. In the computer science degree, you are given the choice of multimedia, mobile and web development, and games development. I wish to choose game development because it has high promise in the future.
IIT supports not only to excel our studies, it helps to improve our talents and skills. And also we are participating cutting edge business and IT exhibition and the stage craft, the annual talent show which we can showcase our talent. So I'm really glad to join with IIT because it molds myself to be a better corporate personality.
The best part of this degree program is the one-year industrial placement. So it's basically where all the students who studies at IIT gets the opportunity to work at a certain company where it can be a business or IT organization. And the most important aspect of this internship program is that we get the chance to work with new cutting-edge technology. So when we come back to IIT for our final year, it's like we are fully equipped with knowledge to do our final year project.
At IIT, we revolutionize education. We believe in a wholesome education which molds a student into a responsible and active citizen. Modern lecture halls, computer labs, library, and pool facilities are provided to enrich our curriculum. The life of a student at IIT is filled with a long list of extracurricular activities.
The master's program is able to cater to the rapidly advancing demands in the software industry today. I'm sure the master's program at IIT will help me develop in my career.
I'm a person who constantly wants to improve my skills and knowledge and to differentiate myself from others. So while I was looking for such opportunities, I came across with this program by IIT, MSc in Business Analytics, affiliated to Robert Gordon University, Scotland.
Big data, the latest technology, the biggest wave in the coming IT. Where do you get that in Sri Lanka? How can you learn it? IIT. That is where I found them tying up with Robert Gordon University in UK to offer the best of the courses that you can find in big data. And I'm very proud to say that I made the right choice to do it.
The sports teams of IIT have been playing in national arenas and making the IIT name proud with numerous achievements. We believe these achievements add value to a balanced education that we promote at IIT.
The 4-year degree program I went through at IIT enabled me to be a successful corporate leader, then an entrepreneur. Not only as a product of IIT, but giving back to IIT as a visiting lecturer, I see the support given to the student by the institute and the lecturers to mold them as better personalities who will fit the corporate arena and also to become successful entrepreneurs.
I'm very proud to say that IIT helped me immensely during the past few years to build my business in terms of giving me all the knowledge and the support. And I'm also very thankful to IIT for making me a successful entrepreneur today.
Today I'm a proud graduate. The past 4-year journey at IIT has indeed been a memorable and a wonderful one. IIT has helped myself to achieve extensive heights in both academics and extracurricular activities. The experience and exposure I've gained through all these activities has made myself to achieve a high demand from the industry by the time of my graduation.
Life at IIT is changing every second. You are not the same person you were a moment ago. You are one step ahead in knowledge, experience, and life every second at IIT. Join IIT to find, shape, and lead your future.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Cutting Edge 2023. We are about to start off with an inspiring and thought-provoking TED Talk conducted by the ITV team of Cutting Edge 2023. I'm Ranug Anthony, and I'm delighted to introduce our distinguished guest, the Visionary Managing Director of HS Fabrics, a seasoned leader at the helm of a traditional business, Mr. Lahiru Ramaje.
Thanks for having me.
The topic of today's discussion is Embracing Digital Transformation, Strategies for Traditional Businesses to Thrive in the Digital Age. Mr. Ramaje, thank you for joining us.
Sure.
Could you tell us, in your opinion, what does digital transformation mean in the context of traditional businesses, and why is it essential in today's landscape?
Sure. So thanks for having me again. And when it comes to traditional businesses these days, what we talk about when we say digital transformation is that we would have a manual process, a very labor-intensive or a time-intensive process, and we would look at what technology is out there today to try and digitize it to make it a little bit more efficient, provide a bit more customer experience. So in general, to improve the process. So that's what I think traditional businesses see digitization or transformation as. And it's quite important today in today's market because there's a lot of competition in the market. And if you want to be better and if you want to provide a better, if you want to say a better proposition to your customer, you definitely have to change to digital processes these days.
Speaking of the market these days, as the Managing Director of HS Fabrics, could you share with us a defining moment that led you to recognize the importance of digital transformation for traditional businesses like yours?
Sure.
And how did this realization shape your approach to business strategy?
Yeah. So when I took over the business in 2012, we were using a little bit of a I would say a more traditional bookkeeping method. That was we are into the sale of fabrics, of curtaining fabrics and sofa fabrics. So our inventory was managed meter to meter by a traditional bookkeeping method. So we had, at the time, we had 3 branches, and now we have expanded it to 4. So between each branch, the information relay and the real-time updating of our inventory was one of the biggest issues that I saw when we took over and when I started working in the business. So one of the key moments which I think would be our biggest achievement was managing to link all 4 of our branches together to work online, so to speak, and for their inventories to update as the customer buys, which also gave us the ability to respond to our customers faster because everyone's looking at one system at the same time, and we were able to get that information quickly to the customer. So that was one of our key defining moments where we linked all of our inventories together and each branch accessed the same database, and we managed to get that information to our customers quite fast.
Right. So when you link your databases together,
Yeah.
what are the key challenges that traditional businesses often face when attempting to implement digital transformation in their production processes?
Yeah, so from my experience in our company, one of the biggest problems that we faced was that when you bring in change, when someone is used to doing a methodology in a certain way, there is a natural resistance to change. It might not be because of the person or because of the place that they're doing it in. It's just a natural change that it's a natural resistance that people have to change. So when you get used to doing something one way, it's very hard to get them to do it in another way. So you kind of have to explain it to them. You have to explain it from the customer's perspective, why we are doing it. It might be one more step using the computer, but we have to kind of explain why it's important, why we want to get there and get them on board and overcome that resistance to the natural change that is usually there in people, including each and every one of us. Yeah.
Right. So when you started the digitization process in your company, how did you identify the right technologies to adopt as part of your digital transformation strategy?
Yeah. So that's actually the tricky part, because now when you go online, there are everything is packaged so well and everything looks so enticing, because it'll talk about the efficiencies or the number of rupees or the number of millions you can save, and how much time we can save when we try to do something. But it's very important that you, in my opinion, it's very important that you look at your current market, and then you try and identify a company or a business that is operating at a similar scale to you. Because it's very easy to get entangled in a software or a ERP or whichever process you're talking about, which can offer a lot, but you can't utilize the same amount because there's a lot of either training and development needed, or there's a lot of capital expenditure at the start. So it's very important that you look at a company that is in a similar size or form and then see what they have done. Then you can compare, maybe there are updated versions of what they're using, and then you kind of, rather than just going online and looking at everything out there, you can narrow it down to a few choices which are used in the market, and then see if those choices are working out for them, what you want to implement. So I think that's one of the ways we did it as well. Yeah.
Speaking of training, what steps in your organization did you take to ensure that your workforce is prepared and trained for the changes brought about by digital transformation?
Yeah, so one of the main things that we did was we took a bit of a timely implementation, because this company I'm talking about, we were getting a new system after around 10 to 12 years. So I said there was a natural resistance to change which we had to keep in mind. And what we wanted to do was we wanted to sort of give the staff the back-end knowledge, why we are doing this. We wanted to show them that the end benefit is actually for yourself. This is not because the company wants to do it. This is not because, we want to connect online and make things better. I mean, in terms of money-making purposes, make things better. No, it's actually to provide a service to the customer. It's to make your life easier. So we had to get them on board first. And that came through training and development, where you don't just sit them in front of a computer and say, this is the new system, use it. You have a few sessions where you explain it to them. You open their mind to it, and then you start to explain. So in order to get here, we need to do these steps, and we need to change the way we do things. So because sometimes using a computer can be tedious for maybe staff who have been in a company for a longer period of time, because they are not as tech savvy as the youngsters or people who are joining. So it was very important, the training and development, taking your time with the implementation. I would say that's the main sort of action we took to overcome this hurdle of change.
Speaking of resistance to change, have you faced any situation in your company where resistance to change hindered a digital transformation initiative? How did you or the company overcome these challenges?
Yeah, so thinking back, one of the biggest resistance factors that we saw was when we maintain an inventory online and all our branches get connected. It is not as easy as calling another branch up and saying that hey, there is this fabric, I need it for the customer who's in front of me, I'm going to take it from you. And it's a verbal agreement that two salespeople have, and then the end customer is told that we can get the fabric by tomorrow or so on, and the deal is done and the invoice is raised. So in our new system, because everything is online and the inventory has to update itself and be in real time, there was an extra step needed, which is, okay, you can have that verbal agreement, but then when you want to actually invoice the fabric, you need to do we call it a inter-branch transfer. So you need to have this extra step where you sit in front of the computer and then you have to identify the fabric. They run by lot numbers, so you have to select the lot number and then you have to do the transfer. So that was an additional step needed in front of a computer. So naturally, when we implemented that, we got complaints saying that we can't respond to customers don't want to wait while it's happening. So certain key complaints came where they put the customer side first and then they said that this might be an issue. But then we counteract that by showing them the risk. We understand it's another step, but what happens if we promise a fabric to a customer, but during that same time, that fabric is unknowingly cut by the same branch for another customer, because it's not reserved, it's not locked in. So you have to kind of go that extra step, whatever they say you have to listen to, and then you counteract that argument saying no, but on the larger picture, this is a bit more safer. It's an extra step, it's a 5-minute process or a 2-minute process. As you use it, you will get fast at it, and then you explain those pros and cons, and then you get them on board, and then you implement it. So that's how we did it. Yeah.
Speaking of online databases,
yeah.
How have you seen the role of data evolve as businesses, like in your business in particular, embrace digital transformation?
Yeah. So with everything being online, you get to analyze, or you get a lot of data already on the system. You don't need to key it in, or you don't need to manually enter it to then do a graph or process it or so forth. So by using a new ERP system, we were able to identify certain areas of, for example, variances in measuring. So because when we transfer from one branch to the other, we are able to see online, okay, when it left this branch it was 5, but when the fabric physically came here and it was measured, it's 4.8. So that means we have a 0.2 meter difference in variation between the branches. The fabric was not lost, the fabric was not cut, but there is a variation between the branches. So then we started accounting for those variances, because we were able to see that branch to branch, even though it's the same fabric, the figures are different. So then we were able to, since it's all on the system, doing this manually would have been a nightmare, but since it's all on the system, we were able to account for it and then see, okay, because that all leads to time and money at the end of the day. So we were able to figure out what is the loss or what is the gain in the variances, and then we adjusted our processes accordingly to account for those variances. Yeah.
Right. So speaking of accounting and various fields in your company as well, how did digital transformation impact the landscape of collaboration and cross-functional teams? Can you share a personal experience?
So for us, the main, almost the main driving factor for us to implement a new digital system was to improve collaboration. So linking these branches to one system and making it run in real time was all to do with collaboration of each and every salesperson in each and every branch. So when they are accessing one system, the collaborative factor becomes better, because they're able to see exactly now we have 4 branches, so Navala, Morotua, Kandy, Dehivala, like that, different locations, but when you look at the system, you're able to see, okay, how much is in Kandy, how much is in Dehivala, how much is in Navala. So then what happens is one person can collaborate with all 4 branches to satisfy a customer need. So having that transparency between branches actually improves our collaboration even between the branches for sales. And that was one key factor which drove it. So I think that pretty much covers, yeah.
Speaking of customer experience, by shifting to digital transformation within your company, did it have any positive impact on the customer feedback or and enhancing your company's activities?
Yeah. No,
So-
for sure. Because I think a lot of digital transformations these days, it's driven by customer experience. Because the customer has come to a point where the customer is now number one. And if you really look at how the customer is moving, the newer customers, the younger customers are very tech savvy.
Yeah.
So they using an app or doing something online is it's getting very much of a simple task now. So they expect the what you experience from another app or another experience at another shop, they expect now from your shop. So using digital transformation for customer experiences is actually why we do a lot of our transformation. So when it came to what I was talking about, linking all branches together, that was to improve customer experience, because now you're able to, you don't have to visit each branch, or you don't have to visit a branch to figure out what's available. You can visit any branch, and then you can look at our system, our digital system, which is very accurate. That's the main point. And the other point is that it's freely available, the information, and it's readily available, more than freely available, and that allows the customer to be serviced on the spot. So that improves customer waiting times to hear back from staff. Then that improved customers' decision-making ability to figure out, do I have, if I pick this design, do I have enough fabric? If I don't, what the other alternative fabrics are. So that was one of the main improvements in customer experience for us. Yeah.
So as we speak, so I noticed that you have a lot of experience in this fabric field as well,
Yeah.
especially as the managing director too. Yeah. So in your opinion, what role does leadership play in driving a successful digital transformation? And how can leaders effectively guide their teams through this change?
Yeah, so in terms of leadership, when it comes to transformation, I think first of all, the leader has to be open to the idea of transforming the business, because it might be your father's business, it might be a business that's newly acquired, but it's very important that if you want the information and the flow to trickle down to the staff, the leader has to truly believe that this is the change that the company needs, because it'll be a lot of training and development, it'll be a lot of hours and time spent, it'll be a lot of capital expenditure for servers, for even things like remote connections and everything, new workstations, processing capability. So the leader has to be able to bear that cost, or understand that the company will have to bear a cost. So being open-minded to the transformation, and then once the transformation is done also, I believe it'll go down to implementing a hierarchy that can use the transformation up to the ground level. So there is no point if you implement a good system, maybe 10, 20 million rupee system, but then if there is a bottleneck down the hierarchy where that person can't effectively use the system, if a manager doesn't know how to tell his sales team using the system that this is what's going on, then the sales team will be lost. They'll get lost in the other highly functioning branches, and then this team becomes less effective. So it's very important that as a leader you can change a system, but along with changing the system, you need to change the human resources that use the system, and making sure that each level of hierarchy has capable people, or people who understand, to sort of let the people below them also handle the system and make use of the system. Okay.
So the final question is,
Sure.
looking back at the journey of HS Fabric's digital transformation, what key piece of advice would you offer to other traditional businesses embarking on a similar path to embrace the digital age?
Yeah. So my advice is that sooner or later everyone will have to incorporate some kind of digital aspect to their businesses, given the way the world is going. So the change at the start seems very, how do you call it? It's very scary, that's the way you put it, because it's a big change from how a traditional company has functioned. So it's very important that you take that step, and then when you take that step, you take it in small steps. So you don't need to do a company-wide implementation of a system. You don't need to do a company-wide restructure. You can start off department by department, or section by section, whichever you want to call it, team by team. And then it's important that you keep doing regular updates to those teams. Get people used to the changing the way they usually work. And then that will create a very sort of flowy and dynamic way. So then when you want to add a second tier to the system, it's easy because they've already experienced the change in the first tier, they've seen the benefits. So I think the biggest thing is don't be scared of the change, and when you do the change, take it in small steps, and that will lead to a happier, bigger picture, I think.
And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen, a fascinating discussion with Mr. Lahiru Gramaje, the Managing Director of HS Fabrics, on the journey of embracing digital transformation in traditional businesses. We have explored the key moments that sparked the realization of its importance, the qualities that leaders should possess to navigate the transformation, and the challenges and successes that come with it. Thank you, Mr. Gramaje, for sharing your valuable time, knowledge, and invaluable experience with us. It was a great pleasure to have you here.
Thank you.
And with that, to our audience, thank you for joining us. Stay tuned for more enlightening discussions on the ever-evolving landscape of technology and business. Signing off, I'm Ranuj Anthony for ITV.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Cutting Edge 2023. I'm Kamanika Sinivanatna, and I would like to warmly welcome everyone to this engaging panel discussion featuring two remarkable individuals who have carved an inspiring path in the world of startups. In today's discussion, we embark on a journey through the minds of visionary leaders who embody the innovation nurtured at IIT. This panel celebrates the entrepreneurial spirit within the IIT community, where alumni go beyond conventional paths, daring to dream, disrupt, and create boundary-pushing businesses. Today, we are honored to have with us two distinguished alumni of the prestigious Informatics Institute of Technology. Firstly, the Chief Architect of InfoWaves, a tech startup which offers a wide range of services focusing on digital transformation for all types of businesses. Graduating from IIT in 2022 and the driving force behind the company, Suresh Pires. Next, we have the founder and CEO of Win Authority, a digital agency which empowers businesses of all sizes with their cutting-edge web-based technologies. He graduated from IIT in 2019 and is the visionary mind behind Win Authority, none other than Minhas Muhammad. Gents, welcome to the show. It's a pleasure to have you here.
Thank you. Thank you.
So, without further ado, let's delve into the dialogue that promises to be both enlightening and motivating. Suresh, what inspired you to build your startup?
Right. So to talk about my inspiration, so when I was schooling, I had this vision to build my own business. So back then I was doing freelance projects and so many other stuff for my school as well. And I actually wanted to cater to multiple businesses because back then I was being an individual and catering small freelance services to companies. I thought there's no growth being just a small individual, right? So I want to form a team and I want to form a proper company to cater into the real businesses around Sri Lanka and even global. So that's the main motivation what it took me to start this business. Also to specially mention in Sri Lanka there are less product-based startups right now because most of the companies are right now focusing on services So I thought of starting this business as a service-based startup, and then and then transforming that as a product-based company. So that's what inspired me to start this business. And right now we are being a service-based startup plus a product-based startup.
All right, thank you so much, Suresh. Minhas, speaking of IIT, how has your IIT education and network impacted your agency's success and growth?
IIT has actually helped a lot actually, like in terms of sorting out how the startup has to be run and everything, like the experience with managing my work, given that we at IIT had to work on a lot of assignments at the same time, so when I looked into my agency and when we had a lot of work at the same time, IIT actually helped with regards to multitasking. And so I wasn't I wasn't not familiar with it, it was actually easy because of the experience I had. So yeah, in terms of that, yeah.
Alright, thank you so much, Minhas. So Suresh, how do you integrate cutting edge technologies into your startup, and how have they influenced your business and industry?
Good question. So when it comes to the cutting edge technologies, the tech world is rapidly growing, right? So each month, each week, each day, there's a new technology coming up. So for an example, I'll give you a brief example on what it sounds like, right? So if you watched the most recent Google I/O conference, which is held in USA, you might have noticed it's all about generative AI. And previous year it was mostly about blockchain and crypto and the digital space, right? So each year there's going to be a hype in terms of different technologies. So if we don't keep up with the updates which are coming up in the tech industry, we won't survive in this industry. So we should always adapt to the new technologies, and we can't work with outdated technologies constantly. There's no growth if we be like that. So we always have to keep in touch with the latest technologies, and we have to evolve with that. So what we did was in last year, we were mostly focused on cloud technologies and blockchain as well. And this year, our biggest focus is on ML, and we are building products on ML and generative AI space as well. So yeah, we always should keep evolving with the technologies that are coming up. Otherwise, there's no growth at all.
Yes, thank you. Minhas, would you like to add to that?
Yeah, I mean, with regards to what Suresh says, like if you are not adapting it, you're actually losing. So with our new product which will be launching, our alpha version on Monday, we actually adapted to a new technology, I think, which is called GRP, where it helps with the whole synchronous calling and all. So we actually have to adapt. So yeah, it's something like we actually integrated these kind of technologies with our product as well. Yeah.
All right, thank you for sharing that with us. All right, Suresh, could you share a key challenge your startup faced early on and how you overcame it?
So to talk about challenges, I would like to especially mention about two challenges that I faced. So especially during the COVID phases, during the COVID days, I think all of the businesses faced so many challenges because the entire countries are running in low budgets, and there are so many issues going on, and especially during the economic crisis also, so many businesses were facing so many issues, especially due to power cuts and economic crisis, and all the customers are also facing difficulties on their payments and also to keep up with the other stuff. So what we did was during the economic crisis period and during the COVID period, we had to look in the perspective of a client as well, right? Because clients might be going through a lot of hardships during those days. So they might be finding hard to pay for the services that we offer. So we had to be flexible on what we can offer and what are the payment methods the additional payment methods that we can offer. So we actually came up with this idea to give them some installment basis plans as well. And also we applied these supply finances mechanisms to overcome these challenges because we can't lose these clients, right? Because they have been with us for few years, because we had to treat them well in the hardship period as well. So that's why we wanted to bring up these solutions to cater their requirements during these hardship periods. So that's how we overcame these challenges. And the other challenge is basically This is one of the biggest challenges that I faced at the earlier stages, finding the right team. I think you might have questions in the further program as well. So finding the right team is one of the biggest challenges we faced, right? Because we had to overcome it somehow, because we had to find the like-minded people, and somehow we did it, right? So I think we'll answer that question in your further questions as well.
Right. Speaking of challenges, Minhas, how have you experienced significant pivots in your business model, and how did they impact your agency's direction and success?
Of course, like it's actually an interesting question, because I started in Authority as a tech blog back in 2016 or 17, right? So I was in IIT in my second year, and I started it as a tech blog. I just wanted to explore the world, right, in terms of that. So I started off with that, and then what happened was I was starting to get readers who were able to read, and then in 2018, in my internship time, I started a digital wing, where it was known as In Authority Innovatives, where we offer websites, websites development. And unfortunately, what happened, so the reason why we had to pivot was the servers which were hosting the blog and the website crashed. So basically, one morning I woke up and I didn't have all of the websites I own. So I spent about 4 months. I had to let go of the team of friends in the company. I had to let go of them, because like after you lose everything, you don't feel like it, right? But then I took some time, and I was able to pull myself together, and I decided, okay, let's now go as a blog, because the digital agency was doing comparatively well, and the blog space is very competitive unless you're a huge company. So in 2018, I actually relaunched it as a digital agency, and here we are.
All right.
Yeah.
Great. So, Suresh, can you highlight a breakthrough moment that accelerated your startup's progress?
I would say, so finding clients is one of the biggest challenges, right? So earlier, like I mentioned in the previous questions as well, we were catering to most of the individuals back then.
Yes.
And in 2020, we found this client, which is one of the biggest corporates in Sri Lanka and also in global space, which is Fonterra, right? So they had one of these divisions called, they had divisions called sales division, right? So in the sales division, they were doing most of the operations manually. So they came to us and they asked us how they could digitally transform their agency. So we had to offer them a solution, right, to transform their manual sales into a digital space. So what we did was, we as a team, we all came together and we came up with this solution, and we catered them. And right now, their entire division, one of their entire sales divisions, are running fully autonomous with our systems, and that's one of the break-even. That's one of the most highlighted incidents that I could mention. How we transform the world of IT in terms of digital transformation, and that led us to getting more clients, right? Because getting one highlight client is one of the biggest achievements that we could mention, right? Because if we get a one highlight client, we can reach out to more clients and we can say, here, we have done this, and this is how our progress so far, and this is how we can transform your business into a modern digitalized space. So that's one of the highlight situations that I can mention. And also we had another incident that I can mention. There's this digital artist wanted to get a solution from us, because there are so many digital artists. When talking about digital artists, their monetizable space is very limited in Sri Lanka. In other countries, they have so many solutions, like they have online art galleries and they have NFTs and stuff. But in Sri Lanka, there are very limited solutions available. So this artist came to us and asked us, he wants to get an application done where he can share his digital arts in forms of WhatsApp stickers. So we did a solution. Right now, the application has over 100K downloads. You also can download the application. It's called Sticky. It's available on Play Store. It has over 100K downloads, and we got the award in last year's NBKVC. We got the gold award for that as well. So that's one of the highlighted highlighted incidents that I could mention, how we won achievements and how we transform the ideas into realities. So yeah.
Thank you so much for sharing that with us. It was really inspiring. All right. Right. Minhas, how do you keep your team motivated and aligned with your startup's vision in the fast-paced startup environment?
Yeah, so with regards to my team, like the way we are actually, I don't have any formalities, like any hard fast things, right? So I actually look at them as team of friends, because like when we're starting, we're still at the starting, right? So we always need the people who will be there for you at the end, right? So if I'm to put some hard fast rules, it will not work. So the way we handle it, or rather the way I handle it, is like I look at them as friends and I treat them every now and then, and we like our meetings are actually pretty fun. Like we have productive meetings, of course, but like it's fun. You would see someone just saying something to another, so we maintain that momentum. So with that, like it's basic. We could look at it as a couple of friends who are aligned with the vision of my agency, and we are ensuring that we hit there. So that's how I'm able to keep it going. Yeah.
Suresh, would you like to add to that?
Yes, definitely. So in Infosys also we do maintaining same culture, right? So, but here's the thing: when finding people, we should share the same vision,
of
right?
course, yeah.
Because we might have different skill sets. In terms of some people could be good at one thing, another people could be another person could be good at another thing. So we might have different skill sets, but we all should share the same vision. So to add that, I would like to share a small example. Right, when Steve Jobs started Apple, he had few co-founders. So he fired one of these co-founders because the other co-founder wasn't sharing the same vision, right? So all the employees, including the CEO, including the directors, including the interns and everyone, should share the same vision, but they could have different skill sets and stuff. So even in Infosys also we share the same vision, especially during the interviews also when we hire people. That's what we always check, the learnability and how they could adapt to different cultures and stuff. That's what we always check. So when it comes to team meetings and stuff, it's pretty fun, like Minhas mentioned. It's a flat culture. To add to that, most of the modern day IT organizations are maintaining this flat culture because all people are equal in the flat cultures, right? There's no hierarchies.
Exactly, yeah.
The hierarchies are just for the naming purposes, just for the position purposes, right? So even in Infosys we have this flat culture, and all the people are treated equally, including all the interns and directors and all the contractors, and everyone is treated equally. So that's something which is really important when it comes to startups and when it comes to growing your business as a friendly environment.
All right, thank you so much for sharing that with us. Also, so Suresh, how do you balance leading a startup with personal well-being, and what effective strategies maintain a healthy work-life balance?
Right. So that's one of the most important questions and one of the most important things that we should focus on. Right, so I started this business when I was an undergraduate here. So, especially to mention, during the final year, we are having so much of stress, right? We had to work on FIPs, we had to work on submissions, coursework submission and exams, and there are so many other stuff we had to work on. So it's always important to maintain a proper work-life balance and also to prioritize work based on your priorities, right? So that's one of the most important, the work prioritization. Without the right prioritization, we can't work on multiple stuff. Because right now, while doing startup, I am part of GDG Sri Lanka, Google Developer Group of Sri Lanka, which is one of the biggest tech community in Sri Lanka. I'm leading the community, and also I'm part of Kubernetes community of Sri Lanka, and also I led the choir of IIT in last year as assistant leader. So doing multiple things. It's not easy, right? So as I mentioned earlier, we should have the right prioritization. If you have that, you can definitely do anything. There's no limits at all.
All right. Minhas, would you like to add to that?
Unfortunately, I mean with me, because since I'm at the starting stage of stuff, I'm actually more towards mostly working in my startup because it's at the starting stage, and I look at it as if I don't do it, no one else. But then again, if there is any other thing that has to be done, I ensure that I allocate, okay, at this time of the day it will be done. but unfortunately I can't say that I have a work-life balance right now, because still at the starting stage. Like if you look at me, unfortunately, and I'm not promoting it at any this one, that I do not have a good healthy balance, although I'm hoping to have it. So yeah.
To add to that, how has your agency disrupted and transformed a specific sector, and what were the responses from the established industry players?
Okay, so we are actually launching a product on Monday. We're actually launching the alpha version, right? So we are hoping that it would disrupt the industry. So like I'll just speak about it. So it is actually a no-code website builder, where we felt like there shouldn't be a gap with anyone who wants to build their website. It could be a portfolio, or it could be their small business. We felt that there shouldn't be any gap in terms of technology and also language, because I mean, if you take a country, as much as we know English, I felt that there are individuals who are more familiar with Sinhala or maybe Tamil or any other language. So we are working on this platform where they can just use it in Sinhala or Tamil and also Hindi right now to launch it with, where they can just use our platform and drag and drop stuff into a canvas and have their website. It's going to be easy. So we are hoping that would disrupt the industry, hopefully.
Yes, thank you so much for sharing that. That was really, really insightful. All right, Suresh, what are your future goals for your startup in the next 3 to 5 years, and how do you plan to overcome challenges and sustain growth?
Right. So the biggest goal for next 6 months, I'm basically launching our own product, right? So our first ever own product is coming up. It's a SaaS-based solution in space of generative AI, and we are going to disrupt the field of customer service with that solution. It's going to be powered by, like I mentioned, it's going to be fully powered with generative AI, and yeah, that's one of the biggest goals. And also we are planning on doing a fundraise, and we are running for the Series A fund within few months time, and that's one of our biggest goals actually.
Alright, great. Finally, Minhas, as an entrepreneur, what key lessons have you learned, and what advice would you give to aspiring entrepreneurs, especially those connected to the IIT community?
Well, if I'm to say what I learned, I actually learned a lot. Like over the past couple of years, I learned a lot. So what I could say is mainly is that at the start it's not going to be easy, and you won't have many people who will see what you are working towards. I think Suresh also would agree. And you won't have any support. Sometimes your family won't support, your friends won't support. But if you're actually into it, if you're actually going to be an entrepreneur, this is normal, unfortunately. So just make sure to stick to it, and always stick to it. It's not going to be easy. Sometimes you will be in the night just wondering what the hell is going on, right? Just ensure you're going to be there, and also always be in the mindset that you have to learn something, because you're going to be doing so many things that you never thought. For example, I'm a software engineer, but I do so many things, so many things. You can't say no. So just make sure that you're stepping into the entrepreneurship industry, or the entrepreneurship mindset, where you're going to be learning, and it's going to be a lonely journey until you start to see some success. Unfortunately, I have to say it, it is the reality. So yeah.
Thank you for sharing that with us. And with that, we draw this discussion to a close. Thank you so much, Suresh Piris and Minhas Mohammed, for your generosity in sharing your experience, wisdom, and inspiration. And dear viewers, we extend our heartfelt gratitude to each and every one of you for tuning in. Stay tuned with us for more. Brought to you by ITV. Thank you. I'm Kamalika Senivaratna signing off.
in a minute.
Okay. Yes, I'll start.
Yeah, before you start, like you have to look at this camera, and Dean, you can look at either one of the cameras. So maybe when you're answering a question, you can look at this and answer.
Right.
Yeah. So, okay, you guys can start.
Greetings and a warm welcome to Cutting Edge 2023, an exhibition of innovation and excellence brought to you by the Informatics Institute of Technology. I'm Saturshanan Manoharan, and I'm here to guide you through an exciting conversation with the Dean of the School of Computing. She has been the head of the Department of Computing at IIT for 10 years and is currently the Dean for the School of Computing. It's my pleasure to welcome Ms. Naomi Krishnaraja to this interview. This interview will provide more insights to the values upheld by IIT, its inspiring vision, and the constructive influence that it generates. Get ready for a chat that highlights education, innovation, and success. Without waiting any longer, let's start our talk with Ms. Naomi Krishnaraja. Having seen many years of cutting-edge progress, how has Cutting Edge transformed throughout this time?
Yeah, so Cutting Edge has been an exhibition which portrays creativity and innovation of students over the years. Most of these students work on these projects throughout the year, and they know that there is an event coming up and they prepare for that. They are very excited when it comes to Cutting Edge, and Cutting Edge has been an exhibition where students are able to network with professionals, with industry experts, with the faculty, and it gives a platform for students to present their work, and it builds a lot of confidence and also industry engagement. Over the years, industry has come, they have scouted for talent, and they have acquired talent, and also it helps them to engage with some of the projects and take them on to the real world environment. So it has been a platform which provides so many benefits for students, and so over the years every batch wants to get involved, and they have been getting used to it. And even during COVID, we continued, we never stopped it, we had it online. And this year's opportunity provides even more facilities where even companies would be having their stalls, and also entrepreneurs of IIT would be also having their stalls. So it's a little more, it has expanded since the previous years.
All right, thank you, ma'am. So to add to that question, how do you see the future of Cutting Edge, and what exciting developments can attendees look forward in the coming years?
So each year, and even in the future years, it has been state-of-the-art current research which students present. So next year's attendees also could look out for current trends, because all projects would be bringing out innovative solutions for that era or that particular time period. So that is why it is exciting. It's not outdated stuff that they bring out.
Thank you, ma'am. So we move on to the next question. The concept of Cutting Edge extends beyond the classroom. How does IIT encourage students to engage in extracurricular activities, hackathons, and projects that challenge them to think outside the box?
Yeah, so the faculty, the lecturers always encourage students to participate in this, because the world outside is very competitive, and if you are to get jobs, if you are to work in industry or academia, you should be able to think out of the box. So for that you need to participate in all these hackathons, competitions and exhibitions, because that helps you to build your character, to be able to stand in front of a forum, and if you can present, definitely you can face an interview. Also your ability to think on your feet and even develop that critical thinking, innovative thinking, creative thinking, all those things has to be there in an individual if you are to acquire a job, and if you are to progress in your ladder in the industry. So some of these skills are transferable into the environment, into the industry. So obviously that is why IIT encourages students to take part in these.
Alright, thank you ma'am. Can you share some notable highlights from the previous editions of Cutting Edge that stand out in your memory?
Notable insights are how the teams worked behind the scenes to put up an event of such nature. The magnitude is large. They need to plan, they need to get their colleagues present their work. They have to do a lot of planning and execution. And it has been over the years amazing to see the energy that the students bring into organizing such event. And also a notable thing is the creative innovative projects.
Okay ma'am. Would you kindly elaborate on your vision for the IIT School of Computing as the Dean and how it aligns with the rapidly evolving landscape of IT and technology?
Yeah, so with IT rapidly evolving, we want our students to keep abreast with the new technology. At the same time, we want them to be familiar with the basics, so that when they go out into the industry, by the time they graduate, also things are going to evolve. But we want them to become self-learners, so that when they go into the industry and new things change, they are able to adapt. So we want students who will be able to adapt to changes, and we want students to be very strong in their basic skills, and we want students to be good communicators and to be able to be self-learners.
Okay ma'am. What sets IIT apart for newcomers in terms of unique opportunities and experiences?
So IIT provides a platform where students who come from schools and various environments to change their attitude of learning to become self-learners, not to be spoon-fed, and also to take part in hackathons and also in other type of competitions where they can be innovative, creative, where they can test the ground, how will it be when I go out, right? So the more you participate in such events, you know your potential. And so that is very important, that students need to develop their ability, and IIT provides a platform where you can develop your abilities further so that you can outshine in the industry.
Thank you ma'am. The concept of networking is vital in any profession. How does IIT facilitate networking opportunities for students both within the campus and with industry professionals?
Yes, so we have Career Day where students, the companies come and they have stalls, and which allows students to go and network with companies. We also have Cutting Edge again, where companies come and students are able to network. Apart from that, we have so many clubs and societies which organize various hackathons and events where companies are invited and there is a lot of networking. We have, I think, more than 16 clubs and societies. So these are also opportunities for them to network. In addition, we also bring guest lecturers from the industry to come and have sessions with the students, and this also allows students to network with people who come and present their work.
Okay ma'am. The final question for the session: what is your advice for students entering the competitive IT industry amidst economic uncertainties?
Yeah, students who are entering the industry should be self-learners. It is a continuous process of learning. In the undergraduate program, you are trained over 4 years, but when you go out there, what you are going to adapt is going to be different from what you learnt. And so that they become self-learners, they continue to develop their creative thinking ability, they continue to develop networks with people, and they continue to keep updated with the newest technology so that they are not left behind.
Thank you for that wonderful advice, ma'am. As we conclude this insightful discussion with our Dean, I'd like to express our heartfelt gratitude to Ms. Naomi Krishnaraja. Your perspective sheds light on the unique educational experience that awaits our students. We greatly appreciate your time and expertise in sharing your advice. Your presence in this interview has enriched our understanding of the university's exceptional offerings. To our viewers, thank you for joining us on this insightful session. I am Saturshanan Manoharan, signing off.
Hi everyone, welcome back to Cutting Edge 2023, and now we'll be joining with the platinum sponsor of Cutting Edge 2023, Zen Technologies, represented by Mr. Janith VP for Business Development. Hi sir.
Hi.
So sir, you have been here since morning, so far what do you feel about Cutting Edge?
So first time I'm actually attending Cutting Edge and it's quite impressive. At Zen Technologies we've been sponsoring sort of IIT events since we started back in 2021, and we have a close relationship with IIT. We hire quite a few students from it as well, and it's good to sort of partake in sponsoring an event like Cutting Edge where we get to contribute to publicizing the innovation and sort of best case thinking by these students.
Alright sir, so how do you think an event like Cutting Edge will help and promote the IT sector in Sri Lanka?
It actually showcases the capabilities of students, not just to companies out there, but also builds that interest up with students as well, school students.
So what can you tell us, like a few words about Zen Tech and what you do mainly focus on?
So at the Zen Technologies, we're an enterprise service software provider as well as products. We have about 95% of the work that we do is with US clients and UK clients.
All right.
We also do a bit of work in the agri-tech and fintech space in Sri Lanka, Nepal, Cambodia, Bhutan, that region.
All right. Okay, so what made you to be the platinum sponsor for Cutting Edge this year?
So like I mentioned in the beginning, the reason we wanted to sponsor this was we wanted to help boost the capabilities of students at IIT and sort of take it to the next level and showcase this is what students can do here.
All right, so thank you so much for joining with us today.
Thank you.
So thank you for joining with us today, and stay tuned for more.
pleasure to have all of you here today for this insightful panel discussion with our final year students, my buddies. The university journey is a transformative phase in one's life, marked by experiences that shapes our perspectives, aspirations, and futures. Today, we have the privilege of hearing directly from our graduating students about their unique university experiences, including the challenges and triumphs they faced, and the impact of COVID-19 pandemic on their academic journey, and the culmination of their efforts in their final year projects. This discussion promises to provide valuable insights into the essence of university life and the remarkable resilience exhibited during the unprecedented times. So it's time to welcome the panel of people we have here. Starting from the right corner, we have Nazim from Computer Science, Ishini from Artificial Intelligence and Data Science, Celsia from Business Information System, Archana from Business Management, Kisara from Business Data Analytics, and finally Rasula from Software Engineering. So without further ado, let's dive on to the conversation with the panelists. So, Nazim, the person on the dark, tell me a memorable moment from your university life that has significant impact on your personal growth.
Personal growth.
Personal growth.
Okay, so university life, there wasn't nothing much happening second year, obviously, because of COVID. So I would say the most time we spent at IIT and had a proper university experience would be first, third, and the fourth year, right? So first year was basic, nothing special. And so I think the changing and memorable point would be the internship, because we get to mingle with a certain group of fixed friends, right, for a year in a company, go to work together, do the stupid things there, work together, and do some good stuff. So I had some good times at internship and bad times, but eventually it helped me to focus more on develop my personal skills and whatnot for my final year project. And I would say internship was like the best thing which happened to me, and was kind of a memorable moment to help me to achieve my career goals as of now, who I am today, right? So yeah, that's what I have to say.
So serious, and let's hear something from Rasula. What do you think?
So as Nazim mentioned, we did have COVID in our second year, but kind of focusing on the first year that we had at IIT. So that was the part that I was actually in the Rotary Club, and I was lucky enough to be able to actually host a podcast for them called Tech Me Out. It was a tech podcast, and it kind of focused on a bunch of technical events happening in the world and a bunch of technology. So we actually had the opportunity to interview a lot of tech enthusiasts in the country. So that was a really good place to connect with individuals. I learned a lot from them, and it actually helped me to develop my personal skills and be a bit more confident for scenarios like this. So yeah.
That's great. And finally, let's hear from someone special from Business Information System. Celsia, what do you think?
Thanks for that introduction. So for me, I would say I was privileged to organize a couple of events in IIT, especially for the Pongal event and also for Cutting Edge and other events hosted by IEEE. So that actually helped me to develop myself as a person and also professionally. So those actually benefited, and I think that was very valuable, something that I got from IIT.
That's great, but you guys are so serious. I was expecting some affairs, loves, relationships, but you guys didn't mention. Let's keeping that side. So let's go to the second question. So Kisara, tell me, how did you navigate the transition from your high school to university, and what advice would you give for the incoming freshmen?
Yes, so one note I would like to make is that our degree started in 2021. It's a fresh one, and I got the privilege of being one of the very first few students of the degree. One of the most important thing that you learn after coming here is self-learning. So I don't think that at university there are like lecturers that are going to force you into studying. So at high school it's a little bit different. So if you're coming from a local school background, there are a lot of classes and many things happening at schools that are forcing you to do your academics, but here it's a little bit different. You do most of your studies, and that would be the very first thing I would tell our freshmen, because you have to adapt into that environment. And the other thing is working as teams, especially when it comes to academics. So you have to work in teams, and even if you have to take leadership opportunities, lead them throughout the assessment, and yeah, that would be all.
Yeah, that was informative. And let's hear it from Ishini. What do you think?
I would surely agree with him on both parts. One, self-learning is really important. And when I say self-learning, I'm not specifically talking about ChatGPT, but it's pretty useful. But yeah, I would say to the new coming freshmen to keep low on the ChatGPT a bit and like refer to the stuff that your lecturers give you. There are enough and more resources, I suppose. And also the second point he mentioned, teamwork. You can succeed as to the maximum in school if you are a loner, because you have textbooks, you have reminders, you have a set path, and like so many people can advise you on it. But in a degree, in specific IIT, being in sync with your batch can be the difference between an F and A. And by any means, it's the most fun experience to stay up all night with your batchmates, screaming at each other to get the thing done, specific thing done the night before submissions. It's fun and stressful all the same. But yeah, pretty much just his points elaborated more.
Yes, that recalls me so many memories, and that was informative, more informative. The note is team working and self-learning. Use ChatGPT wisely. And let's hear it from a person who has recently graduated. Archana, what do you think? Do you agree to their points, or do you have anything to add up?
Yeah, I agree with both of their points, because the transition from schooling to university has created a more independent learning environment where we can rely on like various other sources, not only the internet, but we can learn from every aspect of our life. And to the freshmen who are entering the university life, I would like to give an advice for them to create put some effort in team building, because that is the most important thing which will be considered in a corporate setting too. And also take care of your have self-care, which enables you fit mentally and physically to have a smooth transition in the university life to their corporate world.
Yes, that's absolutely correct. Focusing on corporate life is very important as a students. And moving on to the third question. Reflecting on the university journey, what were some unexpected challenges you faced and how did you overcome them? Rasul, what do you think?
Unexpected challenges. So naturally, as we said in the beginning of this conversation, we had COVID, and as soon as COVID was done, we had the park art season. So there was a lot of stuff happening which kind of hindered the progress of our career, because we were students who were studying, and then we had our internships as well. So I believe everyone in this panel can agree with me that when we were going through our internships and when we were working, we had our exams up. We either had some park arts or something in between. And because we had COVID, most of the stuff that we were learning was online. So apart from the final few years, the first year, even in the middle of the second year, we kind of had to switch to online learning. So that was kind of different thing, but fortunately, because it's mostly an IT degree, we could manage it. So that was kind of a plus point of that. So yeah, we had a lot of stuff to deal with, but fortunately, because the management and even our friends were really active to kind of deal with this stuff, we were able to push through it. So yeah.
Yes, that's acceptable. So Nazim, do you have an experience?
Yeah. So every year you have a challenge, right? Like working maybe in first year, second year, third year. Every year there's a challenge when you work with groups or individually, handling your modules, understanding the lectures and whatnot. Maybe personal problems as well, breakups, whatnot. But that's apart from the context. So personally, what I faced was working on groups and getting things done overnight it was complicated. And during power cuts, we had projects to submit, and power cuts was a challenge. What else? Final years was stressful because you have so much workload and things. Something you got to do by yourself, and throughout the entire journey, you've got to work by your own self, and there's hurdles every time. So that's what I got to say personally.
Yes, that is more acceptable. And finally, we'll ask from a young person. Ishini, what do you think?
Contradicting the point I said earlier about group activities, I started my degree in the midst of COVID. So we started with online learning. And to be fair, I believe I haven't met most of my batchmates until this year, which is 3 years into my degree. And it was kind of challenging getting to know them with all the group works going on. And I guess it was either you find your clan or friends or not. You're isolated. And then there was also the fact that we were a very brand new degree, which started in 2020. And being the first batch, we had to deal with a lot of miscommunications about the degree for coursework timelines, stuff like that. And I guess the way we sort of dealt with those situations is having batch unity to speak up as one voice kind of to the necessary authorities to sort of get it sorted out as fast as possible. So most of my problems were dealt with the unity of either my friends or my batch. So
yes, those are part and parcel of university life, and yes, those are acceptable points also. So even for me, it was you spend the second year and third year in online, and final year you come and see the people. Okay, is this my batchmate, or is this a younger person, or is this a MBA guy, or is this a lecturer? That question happens for us. So stepping that aside, and let's go on to the fourth question. So we all mentioned, or most of the panelists mentioned that COVID-19 was an unexpected challenge for them. Yes, I agree. But so Kisara, could you share some experience of adapting to the remote learning and maintaining a sense of community during this time?
Yeah, so when we step into the first year, it was already a remote learning work environment. So the thing that with remote learning was that the connection that we had with teacher, that classroom experience, that was not there. I can remember that there were some of my friends who logged into the lecture, but they were doing their dishes. But actually, so those were the cons. In remote learning environment, you are not having that presence of mind when you are in the classroom. But necessarily, I think you should be there. You should focus and take notes. So because the exams, the assignments, those are not easy. And also another thing is that similarly to the teacher-student connection, the other thing was your friends, your batchmates. You don't know who is in your batch, you haven't seen them before. When you actually go to their WhatsApp accounts, and they were Spider-Man and cats in their profile pictures, but when you see them in real life, they are nothing like that. So that's also another thing. So I think COVID-19 pandemic and remote learning environment, that was different. That exactly was a different experience for all of us. And when after from there stepping into the second year, everything was a physical learning environment. So there were clearly differences in the both points that I mentioned, teacher-student connection and the getting to know your batchmates. So that was the main differences that I felt and experienced during my time at IIT in a remote learning environment.
Yes, that's a very common point. Yes. So now let's point out to a different person. So Celsia, what do you want to adapt here, and do you feel there is a change in culture?
Well, actually, I would say there is a change as of now because I was privileged to attend university for 2 months physically before COVID came. So those days, the culture was comparatively different to what we have now. We just had one building and everyone was together. We knew our seniors, our juniors. But during COVID, what happened was we didn't know who the new intake was. So when we came back to final year, we literally didn't know half the university. So that was a difficulty or a challenge, I would say. But as of now, again, since we have started physically in 3 different buildings, I think we are all back to how it was. And I think that is something very positive about the university environment, especially in IIT, where we get to interact with not only our degree program people, but with other degree program people as well. So especially when it comes to organizing events representing IIT, we get to see that unity among other batchmates, and I think that's very important for one's university life.
Yes, correct, acceptable. So that was good, and let's move on to the next question. We all know final year project is the essence of university life. So Nazim, can you give us a glimpse of your project and the knowledge and skills that you learned during your project?
Okay, so before giving an idea of my project, I'll just talk about the final year project itself, right? So 4 years of hard work comes down to that one module. Like, it's where you can be creative, it's where you can learn something new, and it's where something you can implement and showcase, right? So final year project is like the main module every lecturer look into, because you can be showcasing your projects in like events like Cutting Edge, right? And get recruited by top companies and whatnot. So the final module is more targeted on what you like and, you know, explore more. So my domain, what I liked was NLP, and I was, you know, looking more into transformers and something technical in that. So through my experience, I learned something new, and I was able to be creative and whatnot. And also it depends on what you really need to achieve in your final year. Let's say if you want to, you know, do a really good project, a patentable project, then you can, you know, put so much commitment, all of your time in your final project and get through it. But if you really want to, let's say, if you want to balance everything, if you are working part-time and if you want to have a balanced life yet get through to a good project, have a good, you know, research gap and, you know, work towards it, get the project done. And also you can balance your time working in a different company and balancing your, you know, college life together. So that's what I did, and it was interesting. And yeah, I mean, final year project was good. That's it, I would say.
That was so informative, and it covered most of the points also. So Archana, what do you think about this?
Yeah, as he told, every final year students crucial point is where they have to finish their final year projects, and the skills that I have learned through this is to embrace the challenges on head, and also which enables us to bring up theoretical knowledge into practical in real life. So yeah, I think having being a part of the final year projects helps us to develop many of our skills which will help us in our career growth and also the personal development.
Yes. So apart from what Nazim and Archana said, do you want to add something to this?
Well, I agree with what both of them actually said, because FIP totally affects our whole class and our whole 4 years of hard work. And it takes a lot of effort for a person to do a really good FIP. And some people actually continue the FIPs after their university life also. So, and all our FIPs, especially in IIT, are impactful projects for the society as a whole. So I think it is a very important module in our university lives.
Yes, that is absolutely correct. So, as they mentioned, final year project is the stage that you are going to reflect your 4 years of study, which is going to end up with your life according to your industry, the corporate that you are going to live with. So, it's the final question that we have for the panelists. So, this could be somewhat emotional. Nazim, don't cry. But yes, we have to manage. So, let's start from Rasula this question. As in near end of your university chapter, what emotions are you feeling? And do you think that you have achieved your goals that you want to achieve?
I mean, I guess that's a bit of a complex question with a long answer. But I do feel a lot of emotions, as you said. So because we are nearing the end of our degree, there's a certain excitement, because we're about to enter the industry. So there's a whole new world waiting for us, I guess. So there's a bit of excitement about what awaits us. And, people have different desires from this point onwards. Like, do we do a master's degree? Do we go abroad? Do we continue with our work? So there's a lot of possibilities for everyone out there. So it's a bit exciting like that. But at the same time, we are just finishing our education. So we went through school, we did our bachelor's degree, and now we're jumping into the industry. So it's a big change in a way. So that's something to look forward to, but also something a bit scary, I would say. So yeah, there's a lot of stuff to go through. So, yeah.
Yes, that was correct. And Nazim, what do you think?
I mean, I can agree on what Russell mentioned, but yeah, like there's this new world waiting for us, but it all depends on how hard you work for these 4 years. If you did really well, then it makes sense to be excited, to get into the industry. But let's say if you're not focusing more on your studies and whatnot, and then you might have to do an internship again. So why waste time? Just do the best in the first 4 years, then yeah, you can get into good industry. Maybe get a scholarship for masters and do something great in life, right? So like what Kausi mentioned, something emotional, right? So we might be losing this group of people because everyone's going to study and separate, right? So eventually it'll break, but I hope you are still connected, right? Let's just hope that we are still connected, but let's just do our studies and chill, work, grow. And yeah, 4 years was exciting, and I'm happy as to where I'm right now, like the place where I work and whatnot. So, but I'm looking forward for so much more, doing some good masters and settling, obviously not in Sri Lanka, somewhere abroad, right? So yeah, that's what I have to say from my end.
Yes, that was really emotional. But let's hear it from another person. Selshka?
So both these people talk about achievements after university life, but then let me highlight on the people. So we have seen all these people that we studied with every single day, and to realize that you will not be seeing them every single day after a point is actually kind of depressing, because you have grown with them, you have gone through a lot with them, like you have your internal fights, whatnot, but then you also have a lot of good memories that we all will cherish for years and years. So I'll be missing my people, like that is the core of this question, I would say. Yeah.
Yes, correct. And finally, Archana, what do you think?
As everyone, I'm also experiencing a mixed emotion where I have to leave the university and university life, but I'm also excited for the whole new chapter that we are about to step in our next phase of life. Waiting and hoping that everyone gets the best.
Yes. To gain something, we have to lose something. And university life is a mix of emotions. We see a lot of people, a lot of friends, a lot of achievements. But end of the day, we have something excited to see also. Yes. So that's up with the panel, and stay tuned with ITV.
So you can switch on your camera.
My camera is not on. All right, okay.
No, sir, not yet.
Right. Now?
Yeah, perfect. Just bring your camera with them. Yeah. Right.
Perfect, sir.
Okay, sir. It's recording now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mm, so, sir, shall we start?
Yeah, we start.
All right. So, hello and welcome to Cutting Edge, a showcase of innovation and excellence brought to you by the Informatics Institute of Technology. I'm Senudha, and it is my privilege to guide you through a remarkable conversation that awaits us. In this interview, we have the honor of sitting down with the Dean of the IIT Business School. He is an experienced academic administrator with a demonstrated history of working in the higher education sector for over a decade as the Dean of the Faculty of Management and Finance, University of Colombo, and 5 years as a Vice Chairman of the University Grants Commission of Sri Lanka. He is also an experienced professor in finance with a track record of teaching and research in finance and more. It is my honor to welcome to this conversation the Dean of the IIT Business School, Professor P.S.M. Gunaratne. Hi, sir.
Thank you for kind introduction.
Thank you for joining with us today, sir. So,
sorry that I'm in Japan these days. I could not participate physically here in this event, but I'm throughout connecting with your team.
Thank you so much for joining with us today. So now we'll be moving on to the questions. So, sir, having witnessed many years of cutting edge in your eyes, how has cutting edge evolved over the years?
Yes, it's not many years. I joined the IIT in 2021. It's few years, but within these few years, I see remarkable improvement, like in terms of number of projects coming in, as well as the quality of the project. So that is, I think, remarkable thing. And also, I see the industry participation and industry sponsorships also gradually increasing. So that is a huge recognition from the industry, schools, kids, and that everything is, I think, I witnessed within this, or within maybe less than 3 years. Yes.
So, sir, to add to the previous question, sir, what are your expectations from cutting edge this year?
Yeah, in fact, cutting edge, my expectation is like this. Like we bring maybe the very much updated courses from UK, and our students do not want to travel so far. They can, while being in Sri Lanka with their families, they can do the UK quality assured degrees, and therefore every year these syllabuses and materials are updated so that most updated technology will be taught in our classes. And it's not the technology as well as business practices as well. So therefore, the reflection through their projects, these cutting edge targeted projects, as well as their final year projects, we expect them to reflect what they learn from them and also their self-learning as well.
All right, so
I'm
moving
sure
on.
it's a reflection of it.
Right. So, sir, what are your thoughts on cutting it so far? Has the conducting the event virtually made an impact on the students' projects in your perspective?
Yeah, there was a time that we don't have an option. Like, therefore, at that time, I think even our students, because with our staff persuasion, they enthusiastically participated. But still, I think the ideally that this kind of event, physical event, is much beneficial. But at the time where all the constraints were there, still our people, I should say that your maybe your previous batches, like who graduated several years ago and last year or year before, and they did a good job even in that context.
Okay, sir. So, online education has become the new normal. Do you think it is here to stay? What is your opinion about it in the long run?
Yeah, that online education, there are pluses and minuses. But ideal education, maybe if the kids can come to a class and see their instructors, their teachers, their professors, and and maybe very active involvement in the class. That's the ideal to me. But when it comes to large numbers, that when the resources are not available in a particular setting, so that maybe the virtual platform has created an opportunity to get those resources from wherever the world. Maybe that our business students, we sometimes directed them to listen to the case studies in maybe Harvard Business School. So that opportunity is marvelous. We never had when in our time we never had those things like that is a that play plus. But still, when it comes to following a degree, I would like still people to register with a particular institution and attend the lectures, and that gives a different kind of training. Not only the educational stuff. Beyond that, also there are certain things that when you work with a group, when you participate in a class, therefore that's a kind of. But still, that you can add value to your program by connecting to the world. Sometimes we give some opportunities to listen to our UOW partners. So those opportunities are appreciative. That is because if you know online platforms are not available, we can't do that. But still, I prefer this physical platform as the mainstream of education.
All right, sir. So just to add to the previous question, sir, what would be your advice to those engaged in online education?
Yeah, I think maybe there are a number of reasons that sometimes there's a particular program it is not available within your reach physically. So then maybe you should think of online education, and also that particular personalities, resource people are not available. Maybe you can think of online platform. So therefore, what is not available physically, you can get one. And other thing, your own individual constraints, like while working, you want to study in night time, you want to do something, engage, because that maybe your parents are not in a position to support your education. You have to earn for your education, but while you have to do. But that kind of student, and still that online education give an opportunity so that they can listen their lectures, even recorded lectures in maybe in the evening. And sometimes it's a virtual education. There is no time boundaries. What's happened in UK, maybe about 6 hours later, we can listen here after working. So that kind of maybe when you are restricted environment, when you want to do something which is not available, so that kind of maybe situation, maybe you can get the maximum benefits out of the online education.
All right, sir. So having seen hundreds of students graduate from IIT and many changes taking place in the industry, what are the top skills you feel students to possess, both today and in the years to come?
Yeah, that's maybe that one thing is that I don't have any doubt about what is this because that when it comes to education in I can summarize in 3 words. So especially tertiary level education, what is this knowledge related to the relevant field, then the skills, then the attitudes. These are the 3 things. I think I don't have any problem with the people graduating from with regard to the knowledge. Skills we also support to build your skills. Cutting edge itself, the participating a lot of activities in cutting edge to develop your skills. What are those skills? Skills working with group, getting leaderships, getting challenges, maybe quickly responding to the problems, and that kind of skills. This is what expected by the industry people. Industry people don't want you to take time and find answers later and like that. You should be quick responsive person, and also you should be able to get on with other people. You should be able to mix with other people, irrespective of their culture, irrespective of their color, irrespective of their religion. So these are the skills. But sometimes some people, when they just groom up only in their home environment and maybe limited community, they don't get those skills. That's why I think like I prefer like people getting into the classes. That in our IIT you can see the people from all communities. We have all districts, all communities. We have that also all school background like good school in Colombo and also international schools as well as the other schools. And also we have provided a very good scholarship scheme. So those who have not having enough financial support from their parents, they can join through the scholarship. So it's a mixture of people that is a marvelous experience that you get. And maybe a lot of these soft skills is very much important in the career success. It's not only getting a career, after you are starting a career, your success, how you go up in the career ladder depends on your skills part, not only the knowledge part, and also attitude, right? Attitude is also important. And as a country that if you have some rivalry attitudes of uh, mm, the fellow citizens and other religions and all that is not good, because that we should have equal right to everybody in the country. So therefore that kind of right attitudes you have to develop from the beginning. You should not be biased in terms of those things. Therefore I think those mixture of things will decide your future, where you ended up.
Okay, thank you for that insight, sir. So moving on, amidst the economic crisis, everyone's job security is at stake. Do you have any advice for students to thrive in today's competitive job market?
Yes, in fact, if I maybe that during this COVID period, one of the sectors very well perform in Sri Lanka was the IT sector. IT revenues were not affected, like maybe that IT companies, maybe they allow even at my home also. My son is a software engineer that he used to work from home, and he is working for a foreign company, so that foreign revenues are coming to the country. Therefore I think that was one of the sectors maybe that which not affected much due to this thing. The more and more jobs came to Sri Lanka during that period, because that our people are doing well as well. But there was a temporary setback in other sectors. Now we can see even the tourism sector is catching up very well, and also this is a very good opportunity, because now our country is again kind of regaining things again, and to start new businesses and all that opportunities are there. So therefore, people like maybe IT sector, I'm sure there is a very big future, and also to align the business graduates who's aligned to these sectors, business analysis and all that, the business data analysis and all that, also they will have a bigger future, because that more and more jobs from the developed countries, they are going to dump into the countries like Sri Lanka, India, and all that. But the purpose of education is to maybe the prepare our student to accept those challenges, that maybe that even you go abroad or you are in Sri Lanka, if you get the right training, you will have, even our companies are not in a position to provide a job, you will have a job.
All right, sir. So, what are your plans for the future of the School of Business? Where do you see it in the years to come?
Yeah, business school, like I would say that business school now way that we thinking is like maybe earlier we started teaching like standard in our time standalone subject like marketing, HRM, and all that. That era is going to be over now. So we need IT driven business graduate. So therefore technology driven business graduate. So that we recently introduced business data analytics program. Now there is a growing popularity and more students. And also we introduce these days I'm interviewing a student for the masters in business data analytics. People who has a pure business background is coming to that program. Therefore, it's a type of like we prepare technology-driven business graduate. That is our target. So therefore, people will have maybe there will be a job ready in the market for them because those type of graduate. Other thing is one thing even because that with the last few years experience, I would say our business graduate numbers are not that big when they are to come software engineering and all that, but still we were able to place them into the very top companies in Sri Lanka, where maybe that but I don't want to mention the name of the companies here because that's not because I might uh, forget some of the names. Therefore, but they are in the high-profile listed companies in the sector because that is our training. Because that our graduates have the advantage, especially because full 1 year industrial training provided by as a part of the degree program, so that we place in good companies. At the end of the day, also they secured the after graduation thing. Also, they secured the job, and the added to it is that we just do not want to produce pure business standalone business graduate. We just try to like technology driven business graduate produce to produce by our faculty, our business school.
Okay, so now we are moving on to the final question. So, what can newcomers expect to find here at IIT that they can't find anywhere else?
Yeah, because IIT is in a way I would say that it's a like a because I came from the state sector. It takes time for the state sector to respond into the what is the changing environment. So that in that respect, maybe it's a maybe more I would say private sector institutions are responding fast. IIT is a special case, and they are in a very good position to respond to the environment, changing environment, especially technological environment, economic environment, and business environment. So that taking into because that our courses are validated in London, and our quality assurance team is behind us, and they give update inputs to every time when all evaluations and all that, how to do that. So therefore, this update and what is happening in London yesterday, it will happen in Colombo today through our program. Therefore, the IIT graduates are because that today also I had some chat with our UOW team, so that they are in a maybe that in a very favorable wicket because they are getting the readily available knowledge, and also our graduates are not only we are not only preparing for the local market. As you know, every year that maybe that some of our maybe the undergraduates they go after their first year, after their second year, after their third year, like that they go to London and the rest of the degree they complete there. So therefore, that means that anytime they can go, and because we don't restrict, because we don't want to keep for the revenue purpose with us all the time students. The student is interested in going to London and do the rest of the degree there, we allow them to go there. So we support them to go there. And also graduated people also can easily find a job in those developed countries. So that is the biggest advantage that IIT graduates are having compared to the others.
Okay, sir. So now I think we should wrap up the session. So as we conclude this enlightening conversation with Professor P.S.M. Gunaratne, we extend our gratitude for the wisdom and insights shared. Cutting Edge has once again showcased the innovative spirit that defines the Informatics Institute of Technology. The insights from Professor P.S.M. Gunaratne shed light on the commitment to excellence and forward-thinking education that our business school embodies. We are inspired by the dedication to fostering leaders and thinkers who will shape the future. Thank you for joining us on this journey of discovery. This is Senada signing off for Cutting Edge 2023.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
booking process is slowing you down. Your team is overwhelmed with phone calls while customers are frustrated. Whether you have a busy practice or wish to expand, you can save time, improve customer service, and grow your practice by placing your bookings on autopilot with Vetstoria. Vetstoria's industry-leading platform helps practices big and small. It works by connecting to your practice management software to display real-time availability based on your schedule, and offers 24/7 access to the 70% of pet owners who prefer to book online. Practices using Vetstoria capture more new clients and drive more revenue, with half of the appointments booked online occurring outside of regular working hours. Save time for your team and improve your customer experience while boosting revenue with automated, real-time online booking. Join thousands of thriving practices using Vetstoria today. Visit www.vetstoria.com to book your free demo.
Building a digital product is complex, demanding, uncertain. And that's where we come in. We're a group of creative thinkers, digital product specialists, dreamers, and team players. With over 15 years in the industry, 400 innovators, 50 awards, building over 150 digital products for our global customers. We engage in your awesome idea and help bring it to life. 99X, creating impactful digital products together. Building it.
Welcome to the future of farming with Govi.ai, where cutting-edge technology meets the art of cultivation. Farmers around the world are facing challenges like unpredictable weather, water scarcity, and rising costs. But Govi.ai can change the game. At Govi.ai, we're a team of experts in both agriculture and technology, united by a single mission: to empower farmers with data-driven solutions. Our state-of-the-art sensors continuously monitor your farms and greenhouses, providing real-time insights into crucial parameters. Govi.ai gives you insights into how your resources are being deployed and keeps you alerted on the day-to-day conditions of your valuable crops. With Govi.ai, you'll experience optimized growth, efficient resource usage, and higher yields, all driven by data. Our scalable and
I'm the chairperson elect for IEEE Women in Engineering Society.
What the world's gonna say, 'cause you know they're gonna say it anyway. Who cares if they laugh at what we do, 'cause it's only me and you that know the truth. Middle finger to the sky, they don't know about you and I. We've been rolling deeper than they'll ever know. Even though I broke your heart, no, that won't keep us apart. Baby, I know, I'm not giving you up. If you want my love, then you got it. Anytime you want it, baby, bring your body back to me. They can come
නින්ද නොයන හැන්දෑවේ සොඳුරුයිද මොනතරම් දුක නැතුවමත් නොවේ ඔබ යන්න යනවනම් සිප ගන්නට පමණක් නම් ඔය දෙතොල්ලං කළේ විඳ ගන්නට මම එන්නම් එන නිවාඩුවට එනකම් දැස් වසා කඳුළු සලා දැස් වලින් සිනාසිලා සුසුම් වලින් කතා කළා ඔබ යනවා සුවඳ තියා නින්ද නොයන හැන්දෑවේ සොඳුරුයිද මොනතරම් දුක නැතුවමත් නොවේ ඔබ යන්න යනවනම් සිප ගන්නට පමණක් නම් ඔය දෙතොල්ලං කළේ විඳ ගන්නට මම එන්නම් එන නිවාඩුවට එනකම් නින්ද නොයන හැන්දෑවේ සොඳුරුයිද මොනතරම් දුක නැතුවමත් නොවේ ඔබ යන්න යනවනම් සිප ගන්නට පමණක් නම් ඔය දෙතොල්ලං කළේ විඳ ගන්නට මම එන්නම් එන නිවාඩුවට එනකම් දැස් වසා කඳුළු සලා දැස් වලින් සිනාසිලා සුසුම් වලින් කතා කළා ඔබ යනවා සුවඳ තියා
Check one.
Hinne hinne man me vil tire piyamenne oba ekkaman me gangave padayanne oba hinna man me sansare sanasenne atha ganna rakha ganna mata inna nil nayaniye
ආදරේ අභිමන් සිහිනේ සතුටි
බරගන්න රැකගන්න මට ඉන්න නිල්නයකියේ yeah. මට සීතලේ යොමුන් හැඟුම් මගේ ඇලී පෙළෙයි ගතේ සිත නැහැ කියන්නේ නෑ ගත බෑ කියන්නේ නෑ ඇය හාතු දෙන්නේ නෑ ඈට තේරෙන්නේ නෑ සිතුවල් බැඳෙන්නේ නෑ මෙතුවල් රැඳෙන්නේ නෑ පැතුමන් නෙලන්නේ නෑ ඇය ආදරේ දෙන්නේ අනුකම්පා නැතිද ඔබේ මිනිනිල් දැස වසා මගේ සිත උමතු කළා කියා ඔබ දන්නවා හැඩකාරි ඔබේ කම්මුල් වලට වඩා මල් පෙති සිනිදු නෑ කියා මම දන්නවා ඔබේ මිනිනිල් දැස වසා මගේ සිත උමතු කළා කියා ඔබ දන්නවා ඔබ මලක් වෙලා සොඳුරු මගේ පපුව තොරා පිරුණු නිමාවක් නැති ආදරේ කවුරුවත් දන්නේ නෑ අතදිවි තිබෙන තුරා ඔබ මට ලැබුණා කියා බඩකාර හැඩකාරි ඔබේ කම්මුල් වලට වඩා මල් පෙති සිනිදු නෑ කියා මම දන්නවා ඔබේ මිනිනිල් දැස වසා මගේ සිත උමතු කළා කියා ඔබ දන්නවා හැඩකාරි ඔබේ කම්මුල් වලට වඩා මල් පෙති සිනිදු නෑ කියා මම දන්නවා ඔබේ මිනිනිල් දැස වසා මගේ සිත උමතු කළා කියා ඔබ දන්නවා හැඩකාරි ඔබේ කම්මුල් වලට වඩා මල් පෙති සිනිදු නෑ කියා මම දන්නවා ඔබේ මිනිනිල් දැස වසා මගේ සිත උමතු කළා කියා ඔබ දන්නවා සිත උමතු කළා කියා ඔබ දන්නවා සිත උමතු කළා කියා ඔබ දන්නවා
asking. Good. I was walking out front porches, everything that day. I had all gone wrong, being trampled on and lost and thrown away. Got through the whole way, well on my way to my loving bed. I almost didn't notice all the roses, and I know that I said, and I saw in the slamming window, sneaking out late, tapping on your window. When we're on the phone and we talk real slow, 'cause it's late and your mama don't know. I saw it the way you left the first day, and then I didn't kiss the way I should have. And when I got home, before I said amen, asking God if He could play it again.
බැඳපු වාපාගේ අක්කගේ දුව අපේ චූටි කාලේ ඒකට සෙල්ලම්වත් දිව්ව කුමරිය ලොකු වෙන්න අපි දොරස් වුණා නේද සඳුරිය මීට අවුරුද්දයි මාස 6 මුණු පොතේ පෙම් කෙරුව ළඳ ඇගේ තාත්තාගේ රැවිලි අතර මට ඉනිබිගි පාපු සොඳුරිය හරි ලස්සන පොඩි කෙල්ල හින්දා ආදරයට කිව්ව නම මල මට 26යි එයට 23යි අපේ තරුණ කාලේ එන්න ගෙවිලා යයි මගේ හඳහන කුච හතයි යෝජන කෝටියයි ඒ තම්මා මාව බන්දවන්නේ ගලපලයි මට හොරා උඹ සිත නුඹ ගැන විපරමයි මට මගේ නවන ආදරයක් ඇති හැඩයි ඕ මගේ පුංචි බඳපු බාපාගේ අක්කගේ දුව අපේ චූටි කාලේ ඒකට සෙල්ලම්වත් දිව්ව කුමරිය ලොකු වෙන්න අපි දොරස් වුණා නේද සොඳුරිය මීට තයි මාස 6 මුහුණු පොතේ පෙම් කෙරුව ළඳ ඇගේ තාත්තාගේ රැවිලි අතරේ මට ඉඟි බිඟි පාපු සොඳුරිය හරි ලස්සන පොඩි කෙල්ල හින්දා ආදරයට කිව්ව නම මල නුඹ ලස්සනයි කට හරි සරයි නපුරු කමතේ හා සමානමයි නුඹේ බොරුව අතරේ මට සම්පූර්ණිය හොඳයි ඒ මන්නේ ගලපලයි මට හොරා මගේ සිත නුඹ ගැන විපරමයි මට මගේ නවන ආදරයක් ඇති හැඩයි ඕ මගේ පුංචි බඳපු බාපාගේ අක්කගේ දුව අපේ චූටි කාලේ ඒකට සෙල්ලම්වත් දිව්ව කුමරිය ලොකු වෙන්න අපි දොරස් වුණා නේද සඳුරිය මීට අවුරුද්දයි මාස 6 මුණු පොතේ පෙම් කෙරුව ළඳ ඒ දුක කියද්දි මගේ සල්ලි අරන් යාළුවෝ ටික බිව්ව සඳුරිය නුඹට කෝල් කරලා බිලදාට තයි සඳුරිය මගේ කපපු ෆෝන් බිල ගෙවන්න මේ සින්දුව හිට් වේද සඳුරිය අම්මා කිව්ව උතර ටික කියන්න එපා කියලා
මට කියා දුන් පෙරසේම අදටත් ඇහෙනවා වෙන් වී ගියේ ඇයි සීනේ ඔයාමයි හිත මගේ හඬා වැටෙනවා රහසේ සඳ පායන්නේ නෑ මේ අන්ධකාරේ මට පුරුදු නෑ ළඟුණු කාලේ අමතක වෙන්නේ නෑ ඔබ ළඟ නැතිදා අඳුරේ ඉන්න බෑ රහසේ සරු පායන්නේ නෑ මේ අන්ධකාරේ මට පුරුදු නෑ ළඟ උන්නු කාලේ අමතක වෙන්නේ නෑ ඔබ ළඟ නැතිදා අඳුරේ ඉන්න බෑ
හිත හිරි වැටුණාදෝ ඇස් දෙක දැකලා එවන්නද ආතරේ සුසුමක තියලා හිත හිරි වැටුණාදෝ ඇස් දෙක දැකලා එවන්නද ආතරේ සුසුමක තියලා
වේදනා සිතේ තියා රැ පුරා හඳා සාගරේ හායලන් ආදරේ කළා නිම්හිම් නොවූ ආදරේ නොසිතුවම් කළා ඇඟුම් පාසින් රහස කිවා
හිරි වැටුණාදෝ ඇස් දෙක දැකලා එවන්නද ආදරේ සුසුමක තියලා හිරි වැටුණාදෝ ඇස් දෙක දැකලා එවන්නද ආදරේ සුසුමක තියලා
අම්බරේ පාවෙලා කියත් ආදරේ වෙනස් නොවේ ජීවිතේ කියත් නිම්හිම් නොවූ ආදරේ නොසිතුවම් කළා ඇඟුම් රහසින් රහස කිවා
හිත හිරි වැටුණාදෝ ඇස් දෙක දැකලා එවන්නද ආදරේ සුසුමක තියලා හිත හිරි වැටුණාදෝ ඇස් දෙක දැකලා එවන්නද ආදරේ සුසුමක තියලා
Who cares what the world's gonna say? Cause you know they're gonna say it anyway. Who cares if they laugh at what we do? Cause it's only me and you that know the truth. Middle finger to the sky. They don't know about you and I. We've been rolling deeper than they'll ever know. Even though I broke your heart, no, that won't keep us apart. Baby, I know, I'm not giving you up. If you want my love, then you got it. Anytime you want it, baby, bring your body back to me. They can call me foolish and stupid. Don't know why I do this, but baby, bring your body back to me. I know, I'm not giving you up. I know, I'm not giving you up. If you want my love, then you got it. Anytime you want it, baby, bring your body back to me. I'm not giving you up, giving you up. I'm not giving you up, giving you up. Baby, bring your body back to me. Who cares what the world's gonna think? Cause you know they're gonna think it anyway. I love all the bad things that we do. Shut your mouth and put your hands right on your toe. Middle finger to the sky. They don't know about you and I. We've been rolling deeper than they'll ever know. Even though I broke your heart, no, that won't keep us apart. Baby, I know, I'm not giving you up. If you want my love, then you baby, bring your body back to me. I know, I'm not giving you
first Tech Talk for the day. For this, I would now like to invite the Honorable Chief Guest, the CIO of Azentech, which is our platinum sponsor for today, Mr. Mangala Vikramasinghe. The topic for our session is Internet of Things, exploring a connected world.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Thank you. Great pleasure. The flowers I can't see. I'm not told. So, IoT. What can I do? So, do you want me to have an interactive session with you, or I'll just say something and then you will not understand anything and you will clap and then you go home? What do you want? Make an interactive session එකක් වෙන්න ඕනේ. නැත්නම් මම ඔක්කොම කියාගෙන ගිහලා කිසි දෙයක් තේරෙන්නේ නැහැ, දන්නෙත් නැහැ. Thank you come on කියලා යනවා. So you all are in different streams. Are you in science, A-level science? All science and maths? All different streams. But IoT දන්නවනේ ඔක්කොම? IoT කියන්නේ මොනවද කියලා කියන්න කෙනෙක්. Can people? හරි කමනේ. IoT එකක් කියන්නේ IoT connected device එකක් ගෙදර තියෙනවද? මොන හරි connected device එකක් කාර්යයක් ඕනේ මොකක් කරේ පාවිච්චි කරලා ෆෝන් පාවිච්චි කරලා ෆෝන් එකක් IoT එකක් ඔන්න resources දෙන්න ෆෝන් එක පාවිච්චි කරලා දෙන්න ඔරේ පාවිච්චි කරලා resources so since I'm not sure I wasn't prepared actually to maybe understand your level of understanding of IoT, and then how can I tell, say anything about IoT. I'll begin. IoT, we call it Internet of Things. The name, I think, Internet of Things came it dates back. You all born after 2000, no? So this dates back to, I think 1999 was the date that the Internet of Things was coined, but I think Internet of Things go way beyond that, maybe 25, 30 years. I think if you look at the use of IoT, everybody right now in schools, in your day-to-day life, you use it. ඉස්කෝලේ ඉන්ටර්නෙට් පාවිච්චි කරනවද? පාවිච්චි කරනවා? ඔව් අතොසන බලන්න ඉන්ටර්නෙට් පාවිච්චි කරනවා. ගෙදර පාවිච්චි කරනවා. ඔක්කොමලා පාවිච්චි කරනවා. මොනවාද ඉන්ටර්නෙට් එකේ වැඩිපුරම මේ කරන්නේ? නෑ ටග් ගාලා හිනාවනා නේ. ඒ කියන්නේ එතකොට නම් ඉන්ටර්නෙට් එකේ නම් මම හිතන්නේ ෂුවර් එකට ඔක්කොම මට උගන්වන්න පුළුවන් මෙතන ඇවිල්ලා කතා කරලා. So what do you do? වැඩිම මොනවාද කරන්නේ? Learning at least. මොනවාද ඉන්ටර්නෙට් එකේ කරන්නේ? ඈ? එක ඇප්ලිකේෂන් එකක් කවුරු? Oh, WhatsApp is a messaging. නේ WhatsApp කරනවා. නේ මම කියන්නේ ඉන්ටර්නෙට් එක භාවිතා කරලා මොනවද කරන්නේ? හරියටම හරිය. ඒ කියන්නේ connectedness. WhatsApp messaging එකක්. තව මොනවද ඉන්ටර්නෙට් එකෙන් කරන්නේ? video stream. ඉන්ටර්නෙට් පාවිච්චි කරලා ඕගොල්ලෝ කනෙක්ට් වෙලා තියෙනවද කාත් එක්ක හරි? කාත් එක්ක හරි කනෙක්ට් වෙලා තියෙනවා. කනෙක්ට් වෙලා තියෙන අසසන් බා. අනිවාර්යව කියන්නේ මොනවාද කරේ? ඒ connectedness. absolutely. One. Board games ගහන කට්ටිය ඉන්නවද කවුරු හරි? chess ගහන කට්ටිය ඉන්නවද? chess play කරන කෙනෙක් ඉන්නවද? මෙතන කවුරු? නෑ. ඒ කියන්නේ ඒ ගේම් එක ඉවරයිද දැන් ගන්නව නේද? chess ඉස්කෝලේ වල ගන්නව නේද? දැන් ඒ chess ගහලා තියෙනවද ඉන්ටර්නෙට් එකේ ගිහිල්ලා? තව එහා පැත්තේ ඉන්න කෙනෙක් එක්ක එකතු. So internet එකේ application එක video streaming, it's an, I think everybody probably knows what is video streaming, and then you are using that, but internet is used rather effectively. Internet is a very effective place to connect people. This is you said one application of that, right? You connect with other people through Facebook, one application. You connect with someone else through WhatsApp, someone said. Then me IoT වලත් කරන්නේ device එකක්. ඒ කියන්නේ ඔයගොල්ලෝගේ phone එකයි, එහෙම නැත්නම් ගෙදර තියෙන fridge එකයි, එහෙම නැත්නම් ගෙදර තියෙන rice cooker එකයි connect කරන එක තමයි මේ අපි internet of things කියලා කියන්නේ. basic level එකේ. එතකොට අපිට පුළුවන් නම් that application goes to even say house. මට පුළුවන් නම් ගෙදර light ටික දාන්න phone එක පාවිච්චි කරලා, එහෙම නැත්නම් අර gate එකක් වහන්න පුළුවන් නම් through internet ගිහිල්ලා connectivity gate එක මේ mechanized motors වලිමුත් gate එක වහනවා. එහෙම නෙමෙයි මම කියන්නේ. So that basic level connectivity through internet is actually referred as IoT, Internet of Things. This goes way beyond the industry has gone way beyond these things. These are very primary basic things in Internet of Things. What you see now in Internet of Things are all a connected world. Example, ඔගොල්ලෝ අහලා තියෙනවද මේ since this is exciting, I'm going into that topic, autonomous vehicles කියලා. ඒ කියන්නේ මොනවාද autonomous vehicles කියලා? Sorry, I can't hear. Huh? Absolutely self driving. So the driverless vehicles. කොහොමද ඒක දැක්කේ? Huh? Through internet, right? So how did that happen? How did a vehicle go without a driver? Maneuver through traffic. How do you do that? Sorry. Absolutely. There you are. You can come and then tell this. So you, that vehicle has sensors to do what? Sense what? All that, collect all that information. And that information has to transmit back. I will tell where, transmit back without any latency, without any delay, right? And also translate that information into decisions to say, okay, stop now, go now, turn, all that. Matter of seconds, right? Otherwise the vehicle will crash. That is one application of IoT, Internet of Things. How that vehicle, the autonomous vehicle, maneuvered through was classic example of how IoT works. Now that decision making, තීරණ ගත්තේ අර sensors වලින් නෙමෙයිනේ. කොහෙද තීරණය ගත්තේ? Where did the decision happen? How did the decision was made? A processor එකෙන් තමයි වුණේ. That processing part happens. So the processor did transmit the data and then took somewhere. Where did that knowledge come from? Where did that knowledge come from? Decision making knowledge on the bus to now stop. Where did that come from?
The coding instructions given. That's
not coding instruction. Coding instruction can be given to a fixed bus. Example, a toy bus, I can say, look, if you see a wall, stop. So it's a fixed code. But this is based on multiple information, dynamic. At that time you take that decision. So this decision is made in an IoT platform. So all that information is there. So there are many previous information also in that. Example, maybe there are simulations of 100 buses that crashed, not being able to brake on time. All that information is there. So in a matter of seconds, that through sensors, that information goes back to IoT platform, and that information is being analyzed, and that decision to brake on right time comes back. So that is an autonomous vehicle. So autonomous vehicle decision making doesn't actually, most of the time doesn't happen in the vehicle itself. It happens somewhere else. Now you ask, what if the internet gets disconnected? No, there are mechanisms for that. So, but the beauty is those sensors transmit data. There is a place that you can store and analyze that, gives feedback, and then automatically controls and traverses beautifully this vehicle. So that's one typical example. Tell me some other examples that you know like that. So you said, no? IoT, one application of IoT. Something else that you all know? Sensors that essentially in an IoT, these sensors are being used. I think very soon, maybe, I don't know, autonomous tuk-tuks also can come in. Imagine a three-wheeler being autonomous. Not in Sri Lanka, but so what applications do you think? Other applications. So this let me also tell you, with this, I think the interest of time, let me also tell you some of the applications. Maybe I don't know whether these would be closer to your heart. One is that where I work, we are into various different industries. One industry is this construction industry. Now, building construction, right? So in construction industry, everybody can construct, like everybody can build a house. So now we have smart apartments, smart houses. So when you say smart, do you know what is smart about these houses? So smart houses, smart apartment, smart building. Do you know what is smart? When you call smart, what is smart about it?
You can operate everything using a phone.
That's one, correct. Lovely. How do you operate that? That's actually very simple, like simple application than the autonomous vehicle, yes. How do you do that?
We create a system where use microcontrollers and all different appliances get connected to a system, and you can operate it using your phone. That's it.
Right. Apart from operating, are there any automated decisions in these houses? Example, security features, surveillance,
When it's night time, the lights get on, something like that.
That is also trivial. But so they also can detect, example, if someone is coming, and then sensors and the cameras would capture and then transmit those data back, and then understand whether it's a human, whether it's another animal, and differentiate between humans and animals, and then understand whether there's a security threat, and also understands whether that person is actually coming to maybe enter the door or not. So all those cameras, those, like example, all of you have seen and know CCTV, right? So CCTV is just you capture the image and translate, but CCTV is connected device with IoT can do a lot more. It can interpret things, translate things, and then also maybe make decisions for you, automated decisions for you, where you don't actually need to have a security person 100% of the time. So those decisions can be made. So basically in IoT, I don't know whether I'm trying to tell you things which is little beyond your grasp, but basically IoT in just to give you basic understanding of IoT, as you said, we had an examples of autonomous bus, and then also maybe smart house or an apartment. All that is connectedness. So you have sensors, and then sensors capture and transmit data, and then data goes somewhere and sits and also has loads of insights generated using that data, analyze, and then gives feedback for somebody to that machine or device to make a decision and act. Anyone has a question, so I could probably relate to something. Which school are you from? One school or different schools?
Yeah, from DSN9 college.
Sorry?
DSN9 college.
Right. All of you from. Any questions? Anything so that I could pick up your thoughts? Anything you want to ask? Not IoT. Anything in IT also I'll answer. Anything that you want to? Please do. No question is wrong. No question is wrong. We're trying to all of you are in A-level class? First year or second year? First year of. Anybody who does IT as a subject? You all do, right?
All of us.
All of you do. So what do you do in terms of subjects? What do you do?
Some of us do maths.
No. In IT, what modules do you
currently doing operating systems and networking. Still haven't come to Internet of Things.
Sorry?
We still haven't come to IoT.
Is there a component?
There is a chapter.
Okay.
Still haven't come.
Right. So probably you will learn. Now I'll also go back to, this is the application side of it. Do you get into hardware side of things?
Yeah, we do get Arduinos and all.
What
Arduino.
Okay.
And that's it, I guess.
Oh,
the whole
right.
chapter.
So have you seen these sensors, that so-called sensors, have you seen? Have you looked at a
The
sensor?
small ultrasonic sensors and all. That's
It could be
trivial one.
small. So now there are, when I say IoT, I mean, just to give you an understanding, again basic understanding, IoT also has components. The first one, the basic level, is this hardware components. What are those hardware components? Sensors, basically, which captures what? Data. And then the next component is what?
Microcontrollers.
No, microcontroller is there to actually do everything, but basically once you capture data, it has to transmit data. How do you transmit?
Wireless mediums and wired mediums.
What wireless mechanisms that we have in this country?
Wi-Fi, Bluetooth.
So the underneath technology of
transmitting long distance.
Yeah.
Actually, satellites.
So you have, say example, if you got basic phones that you operate, what is that?
Those are radio waves, I guess.
Microwaves. And so we have in this country we have GSM. What bands? We have. No. We have 3G, 4G. You've heard? Your phone says 4G.
Yeah, some phones.
What does that mean? 4G. What does it say?
4G symbolizes a certain spectrum of speed.
There you are. Yeah. So the speed matters for this data transmission. So for an IoT device to work, you need to have certain speed of data coming in to make that decision. So this why I asked that was, since you probably are interested in hardware side of IoT as well. You have sensors, and then you have a mechanism to transmit this data, mostly maybe through 4G, or we have, does anybody know that we are also testing, some of the telcos here testing 5G at the moment? Do you know? Has anybody got 5G in your phone recently? Maybe your SIM is not capable, but if it is capable, I think the 5G testing is going on in Colombo area, so you get 5G. So your IoT devices and the transmission, and then it goes to platform where the data can hold, and then it can translate, and the decision should come back to do automation or work. So that is how this hardware also, probably if you do, I think, research at school, hardware side of that. Do you have a lab?
We have an ICT lab, usually computer labs. Computer labs, no.
Not the hardware side of that. Do you dismantle motherboards and then little gadgets? No, you don't do that. So can probably go and look at, so ask what is an IoT sensor, and then look at what it is like that, and then how that data being transmitted and the applications being. I don't know basically what all of you understood, at least. I don't know, I was asked to come here and then maybe give some thoughts about IoT, what exactly is IoT, but these are the little applications that I can relate to. This is the basic understanding of IoT. IoT is actually where you have, I would put it down to sensors. Sensors capture data, and then IoT platform translate that information into decision, and then translate back to an action, and it works. So what it does, you can do anything actually. Basically you can put your IoT connected rice cooker, you can put rice and then go, and then maybe for 20 minutes before coming to house, you can use your phone application and switch on the rice cooker, and by the time that you come, you will have rice to eat. From that application onwards, example, anything and everything, I think now in this connected world you can do. It's your imagination, what to connect, and then if there's any value in these connected devices, fridges to your tiny rice cooker to vehicle, all this probably could be connected using IoT devices and then can be controlled using an IoT platforms that are available. I'll leave you with that thought. If there's anything you want to ask, probably you could ask. Otherwise, I'll complete my little ideas. Is there anything you want to ask? Anything, and I mean, just if there's anything about what you probably would want to know in IoT space or in connectedness in this, please. There's nothing right or wrong. Please do ask. Yeah, go ahead.
He's asking about the job markets and all in Sri Lanka, IT job markets.
IT job markets. So that is not part of what I was going to say, but I'll answer in whatever that. Probably, maybe if there's anything that I could guide you as an A-level student. Number one, right now, when you, say 5 years down the line, when you're in the uni or when you start work, any job, IT would be way of life. I'm asking you to think before jobs, knowing IT knowledge. Now, maybe 25 years back, parents asked, as from guys, boys, can you maybe properly do a nail on the wall? In 5 years' time, or even now, that might not be the problem. What would be the problem? Can you maybe write a piece of code to get something done? So everybody, my advice is all of you should know the basics of IT. This is not actually as your career, as your job, but to live. Otherwise, you probably survival of that. Actually, if you are to pay somebody and then get that done, it will be costly. So your way of life would be use of IT, the applications of IT, understanding in terms of ICT. I said information and communication technology. You can call it digital technology, anything. But I think that is way of life. So this is number one. In terms of career guidance, I'm not probably the best person to give you career guidance and what fields and what areas of IT would be the best. But as an industry, the IT industry is growing fast, and jobs here and jobs elsewhere in ICT industry is, I think, growing beyond any other industry. So not because I'm in the industry, I'm telling you. I've seen that exponential growth post pandemic here and elsewhere. I think most of the resources who are probably supposed to be in Sri Lanka, and we need those resources here, and are not there. So there's scarcity, huge scarcity in terms of ICT resources in the industry, which I think anybody of you get into that will have, I think, lucrative and beautiful career, I would say. So, but my request is not even looking at an industry, not even looking at a job. Learn, use, apply ICT as a way of life from, I think, the day that you could, maybe if that is the day today, go and try to understand various of aspects of ICT applications. That will be very useful for next, I think, rest of your life, not next, for rest of your lives. I'll probably end that now with that. So I'll wish you all the very best. I hope I could probably, I don't know, maybe add little value to your lives and then your future. All the very best.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Atik Asme and I'm the president for the Rotary Club of IIT for this year 2023-2024, and I was elected this July. And about the club, Rotract is a youth-based organization which consists of youth from the ages 18 to 30, and we have 8 avenues in our club. We have club service, community service, international service, and so on. We have sports and all that. So our club that was chartered in 2010, and we have 800 plus members in our club right now.
Hi everyone, we are with NetHunters, the Asia Pacific Datathon 2023 winners. So NetHunters, could you briefly explain what your project is all about?
So the product we developed was called Churnlytics. So basically it's a product built to maximize business profitability and predict customer churn. Now to understand this product, I'll just go into what the domain is. So basically, churn refers to when a customer terminates his or her relationship with a company. Now the reason churn is important is because it directly impacts business revenue. And if a business can predict customer churn, they can take countermeasures that can help businesses and that can also take further steps to prevent the customer from terminating. Now this is very beneficial because customer acquisition costs are very high rather than customer retention. Now what we did was, now apart from using cutting edge AI tools and all of that, the innovation we brought into this datathon was using something called interpretability. So basically what we did was, we sort of built a framework where we sort of exploited the model to understand why it made a certain prediction. So if a model said, okay, a customer is going to churn, we made a framework to understand what features or what variables sort of influenced it. And to further enhance to it, now you might have heard of large language models, ChatGPT and all of that, a hot topic these days. So what we did was we infused that as well into this, so that even non-IT and non-technical people, like stakeholders, project managers, and also other software engineers as well, for them to interactively interact with this product. So basically it was a overall huge, it was a package that can be used by even non-technical users as well.
Thank you. That was really inspiring and very insightful. So could you explain to our viewers what your experience was all about at Datathon?
So the Asia Pacific Datathon was actually, it's mind-blowing, simply because we had students from universities all around Sri Lanka. So there were over 150 plus participants from universities all around Sri Lanka, including top universities like Moratuwa, University of Colombo likewise. So we essentially had the cream of the crop there. So we had everyone from the data science domain who was participating in this data. So it was really inspiring just to see like who our cohorts were, and basically it was really nice. Yeah.
All right, lastly, were there any obstacles you faced and how did you overcome them?
Yes, I mean there were many obstacles. I mean the datathon was it was a competition which went on for 24 hours straight. So basically we didn't have a break. So from the starting minute itself it was work. It's more like a marathon rather than a datathon. So I mean that pace itself, adjusting to it was a bit difficult for us. But then we were able to manage through it as a team. So we were making jokes, drinking loads of coffee. So that's how we cope with it. I mean that's essentially what we did. And apart from that, competing with the cream of the crop, it's not easy. I mean, there are people who are from, specialized maths backgrounds and all of that. I mean, competing with them, it's much more difficult than, we thought. It's more stressful, but then we were able to, take it as a team. That's what, I would say differentiated us above everyone else. We had the best, I would say, the best team chemistry out of there. And, that's how we overcome it as a team.
Thank you, NetHunters, for taking time out of your schedule to share your experiences with us.
Thank you.
It was a great pleasure to have you here with us.
Same as well.
Thank you.
Hi everyone, welcome to Cutting Edge 2023. And with me here today, we've got Tarindi Pereira, a final year student with her final year project. So let me introduce you to Tarindi. And Tarindi, could you just briefly explain us about what the project you've come up with and what's the solution you're addressing?
So this is actually a project that's based on identifying the severity of knee osteoarthritis. So the problem is that knee osteoarthritis, it's quite hard to identify in the form of radiographs because it's quite ambiguous, the amount of misclassifications that can occur. So what I have proposed in the system is something that can actually input the actual image to the system and you would get the actual reading out of it, and you would actually get how accurate the deep learning model is also proposing the actual grading as well. So this would actually help patients from misdiagnosis and actually increase their recovery rate and avoid mistreatment basically.
Okay, thank you. That was inspiring. Could you just tell us a bit about the obstacles and challenges that you face in the process of developing this project?
So it was quite difficult to find the proper data actually because it's very niche. But after actually finding through a lot of sources, I found the best data set for it. And also it was very time consuming to get actual medical opinions from people, because obviously it's very difficult to get opinions from doctors because of their busy schedules. But it was all of this hard work was actually done because of their opinions, so I must obviously thank them for their valuable time and effort.
Thank you, Taradi, for joining with us, and hope you have a great time at Cutting Edge 2023, and wish you all the best. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi everybody, I'm here today with Nuveen Gorakanda Arachi. And hi Nuveen, so could you briefly explain about your project?
Sure. So my project is pulmonary fibrosis prognosis prediction using quantum machine learning, named FibroQuanNet. So FibroQuanNet is actually a prognosis prediction model for pulmonary fibrosis, which is a lung disorder that people about the age of 50 to 70 usually gets 13 out of 20 people would usually get pulmonary fibrosis, with limiting them with a lifespan of about 3 to 5 years tops. So FibroQuanNet actually plans to achieve the quantum advantage for pulmonary fibrosis prognosis prediction by utilizing quantum mechanical features such as superposition, quantum entanglement, and things like that, and coming up with a very optimized quantum machine learning algorithm for pulmonary fibrosis and prognosis prediction domains.
Right, that was really inspiring. So Nuveen, can you tell me what are the obstacles you faced?
Yeah, so one of the biggest problems that I faced was the fact that there aren't much quantum machine learning experts at the moment in Sri Lanka, as well as the fact that there is a very limited time frame to come up with the solution for this application. So that was a bit of a problem initially when finding things out, and also then came my supervisor and everybody started helping me a lot with reaching out to people from overseas and coming up with solutions by talking to them through Zoom calls and things like that. So yeah, it was a very hectic journey, I would say, but worth the fun.
Alright, so is there anything you would like to say to our viewers?
In terms of machine learning, yeah, so the quantum computing, the whole quantum computing thing is actually quite fascinating, even though it sounds very difficult and physics-ish. It's actually not. So it's quite handy when it comes to working with all of those specific things. So yeah, I would say work more with quantum computing and try different things out with this. So yeah.
Thank you so much, Nuveen.
Hi, I'm Omanja Abiratna. I'm the elected chairperson for the Entrepreneurship Club for the year 2023-2024. So, in the Entrepreneurship Club, we organize events, activities for young entrepreneurs and students and creative thinkers. So we mainly talk about the corporate entrepreneurship, social entrepreneurship, and the women's in entrepreneurship. And what we did Dare to Dream program and Women's Day. We celebrate every year Women's Day with young successful entrepreneurs, women entrepreneurs, and we have an entrepreneurial blog and the movie night. We have an exciting lineup of events planned for the upcoming year, mainly the Interschool Ideathon program, which focused on the dynamic areas of social entrepreneurship, and another highlighting event is our Vision Fork event, where we focus on the successful entrepreneurs, share their successful stories to motivate other future entrepreneurs. So mainly the entrepreneurs are the future, so we are creating the futures.
So I'm Khan Ratnayaka, the past director of IT for the Whistling Society of IIT. So the Whistling Society of IIT is a club formed to help students focus on their employability and soft skills, moreover aiming to form a bridge between classroom experiences and industry opportunities. So in the past academic year, we done many workshop series and events to help students build their soft skills. How to do self-branding through LinkedIn, and So talking about past event that we did on successfully building a LinkedIn profile in association with Unilever Sri Lanka. So talking about future plans, so I hope the upcoming executive committee will continue our line of work, and why do I think BizLink Society is the best club? So even if you have great hard skills and knowledge, if you can't put it into practice, to land a successful job through your soft skills, it's nothing. So as BizLink Society of IIT, we help students to overcome that. So I think that's the reason to be the best club of IIT. Yeah.
Hello everyone, my name is Dasant Edrisinghe and I am the chairperson elected for the IEEE Computer Society Student Branch Chapter at IIT. IEEE, which is Institute of Electronic and Electrical Engineers, is a global society which is dedicated for advancing technology for benefit of the humanity. While IEEE society span over wide range of technical fields, we here at IEEE Computer Society mainly focus on computer science. We are focused on ever-evolving computer science field, which has wide range of which has a wide variety, starting from basic algorithms, software developments, and all the way to the newly technology, which is AI. We here at IEEE Computer Society Student Branch Chapter at IIT has created many events, including hackathons, workshops, and other community events to help members and the students at IIT to take place and grow their talents. Talking about our events, one of the main events are Indus Pro, which we done last year, Indus Pro 2.0. We join part with industry leads and give you a general idea of how to create a CV, how to manage your LinkedIn profile, and also how to face a interview. And also we has our main event, which is Code Rally. In this year, we are doing the very first global hackathon event at IIT called Code Rally 4.0. We have joined part with industry leads and also academia to do this event. In this event, we will focus on AI, which is artificial intelligence, and it is a very new technology. In this event, we will give students and our members a general idea of what is AI and how to use AI for advancing humanity. Our club is in our club IEEE Computer Society. We focused on computer science advancing for benefits of humanity. So if you join our club, you can learn how to use power of computer science to make a difference in human world.
So I'm Malik Tamaruvikrama, the chairperson of IEEE Student Branch of IIT. I'm currently a third year student and I'm following an internship in DXDY. Yeah, so IEEE Student Branch is one of the main clubs in IITs. We have chapter groups, WIE and CS, and a new club also joining from the next year, which will be Robotics and Automation Society. In the start of my term, we had IEEE Extreme, which was a global hackathon. Then we had Code Sprint, which was the first ever inter-university hackathon organized by a university, and we had it for the 7th time this year. And then we had IX23, it was a inter-university designathon. Then we had IEEE Underhare, it was a collaborative project with IEEE Sri Lanka section. Then we had Aquathon, intra-university hackathon for the first year students of IIT. Compared to the other societies and clubs in IIT, we had many projects and events during our term. So I think we are the best in IIT.
So I'm Khan Ratnayaka, the past Director of IT for the Whistling Society of IIT. So the Whistling Society of IIT is a club formed to help students focus on their employability and soft skills, moreover aiming to form a bridge between classroom experiences and industry opportunities. So in the past academic year, we done many workshop series and events to help students build their soft skills. How to do self branding through LinkedIn, and So talking about past event that we did on successfully building a LinkedIn profile in association with Unilever Sri Lanka. So talking about future plans, so I hope the upcoming executive committee will continue our line of work, and why do I think Whistling Society is the best club? So even if you have great hard skills and knowledge, if you can't put it into practice, to land a successful job through your soft skills, it's nothing. So as Whistling Society of IIT, we help students to overcome that. So I think that's the reason to be the best club of IIT. Yeah.
Hello everyone, my name is Dasante Edrisinghe and I am the chairperson elected for the IEEE Computer Society Student Branch Chapter at IIT. IEEE, which is Institute of Electronic and Electrical Engineers, is a global society which is dedicated for advancing technology for benefit of the humanity. While IEEE society span over wide range of technical fields, we here at IEEE Computer Society mainly focus on computer science. We are focused on ever-evolving computer science field, which has wide range of which has a wide variety, starting from basic algorithms, software developments, and all the way to the newly technology, which is AI. We here at IEEE Computer Society Student Branch Chapter at IIT has created many events, including hackathons, workshops, and other community events to help members and the students at IIT to take place and grow their talents. Talking about our events, one of the main events are Indus Pro, which we did last year, Indus Pro 2.0. We joined part with industry leads and give you a general idea of how to create a CV, how to manage your LinkedIn profile, and also how to face a interview. And also we has our main event, which is Code Rally. In this year, we are doing the very first global hackathon event at IIT called Code Rally 4.0. We have joined parts with industry leads and also academia to do this event. In this event, we will focus on AI, which is artificial intelligence, and it is a very new technology. In this event, we will give students and our members a general idea of what is AI and how to use AI for advancing humanity. Our club is in our club IEEE Computer Society. We focused on computer science advancing for benefits of humanity. So if you join our club, you can learn how to use power of computer science to make a difference in human world.
So I'm Malik Tamaruvikrama, the chairperson of IEEE student branch of IIT. I'm currently a third year student and I'm following an internship in DXDY. Yeah, so IEEE student branch is one of the main clubs in IITs. And we have chapter groups WIE and CS, and a new club also joining from the next year, which will be Robotics and Automation Society. In the start of my term, we had IEEE Extreme, which was a global hackathon. Then we had Code Sprint, which was the first ever inter-university hackathon organized by a university, and we had it for the 7th time this year. And then we had IX23, it was a inter-university designathon. Then we had IEEE Underharry, it was a collaborative project with IEEE Sri Lanka section. Then we had Aquathon, intra-university hackathon for the first year students of IIT. Compared to the other societies and clubs in IIT, we had many projects and events during our term. So I think we are the best in IIT.
So, hi, I'm Atik Asmi and I'm the president for the Rotary Club of IIT for this year 2023-2024, and I was elected this July. And about the club, Rotract is a youth-based organization which consists of youth from the ages 18 to 30, and we have 8 avenues in our club. We have club service, community service, international service, and so on. We have sports and all that. So our club that was chartered in 2010, and we have 800 plus members in our club right now. And speaking of what we have done last year, so last year we were able to complete 81 projects, and there are a total of 91 clubs in the Rotary clubs in the country, and we were known as one of the best for the past 5 years. And our signature project, community service project, Imi Dama, it is where we donate computer labs to schools in rural areas, specifically students who have never seen computers their entire lives. And that project was known as the best sustainable community service initiative throughout that entire year, which was recognized among 92 clubs. So plans for this year, so we started our year in July, so it's still mid of August, almost the end. So we were able to complete more than 10 projects up until now, and we are hoping to complete 20 by the end of August, and by the end of the year, which is June 2024, we are hoping to complete 100 projects, hopefully. Let's try our best. So unlike the other clubs in IIT, we have all avenues. So we have community service, club service, sports, PR, and all that, IT. So we have literally everything you want. And speaking of our member base, we have over 800, and also the numbers speak for itself. We have, our socials have more followers than all the other clubs combined. So yeah, we just hit 5,000 followers on Instagram, by the way.
I'm the chairperson-elect for IEEE Women in Engineering Society. IEEE Women in Engineering is a global network of people that inspires and fosters a positive environment for women who are going into engineering, and inspires young girls to go into the field of engineering by addressing gender disparities and creating a more inclusive environment for them. It's a place where both men and women can learn and thrive in their respective fields. Over the past year, we've held many remarkable projects. One of the first being WWWW. It was a captivating 5-day workshop held by none other than our very own WIE webmaster. Following that, we had Minerva in the run-up to Career Day, where it was a personal branding session. It allowed the students and the participants to not only land a job, but to make a mark in their job. We also have our upcoming PyHack 2.0. It's an inter-school and inter-university coding competition both in Java and in Python, coming to you really soon. We also, on top of that, have our annual general meeting. It allows everyone to be part of the processes and tells people whatever is going on in the club and allows them to get involved in the decision making of the club. But that's not all. We're just getting started. Brace yourselves for the year ahead, where we have more inspiring and innovative projects that cultivate an ecosystem for people to grow and nurture their talent irrespective of gender. We've also done many collaborative projects on top of that with IEEE Student Branch and IEEE Computer Society, namely IEEE Extreme and Code Sprint, that allowed us to create projects on a much greater scale by joining forces. If you want to be part of a global movement that shapes the future of technology and engineering, join IEEE Women in Engineering.
Thank you.
Good afternoon and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to The Startup Mindset, a discussion with alumni about their entrepreneurial experience. Today, we have the privilege of hosting 4 remarkable individuals who have made significant strides in the world of technology startups. They bring a wealth of knowledge, experience, and insights that will surely inspire and enlighten all of us. Our first panelist is Banu Athroliya, a prominent figure in Sri Lanka's tech community. Banu, also known as Andrew Dollar, is not only a leading English tech YouTuber, but also he possesses the passion for sharing knowledge. And also he is a successful entrepreneur and an IT specialist. Banu is the founder and CEO of Andrew Dollar Network, a visiting lecturer, a module leader, and a final year project supervisor at IIT. Welcome. Joining Banu is Mithushan Jalangan, co-founder at Async, which is a custom product development agency specializing in product design, development, and team augmentation. Mithushan has been at the forefront of building tech products across web, mobile, and desktop platforms, making him a valuable addition to our discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, now let's welcome our third panelist, Mr. Suresh Piris, the CEO and founder of InfoWaves, a tech startup specializing in digital transformation services. Mr. Suresh is also a visiting lecturer at IIT. We look forward to his valuable thoughts in today's discussion. And finally, as the fourth panelist for the panel discussion, we have Mr. Sharmilan Somasundaram, the co-founder and CEO of Niftron, and also a visiting lecturer and a supervisor at IIT. Now, let's dive into this enriching conversation and learn from the experiences of these accomplished entrepreneurs. First of all, Sharmilan Somasundaram, can you briefly introduce your startup journey and its mission?
Hi guys, welcome to the session. And yeah, so I was studied at IIT passed out in 2016, and then worked for a while in software companies. And later on, during 2018-19, so I was more actively into the blockchain technology. So that's where it all started to happen. And then we started the Niftron as a blockchain as a service company, which is in 2020. I mean, during the pandemic period. So it's a fun story. Like we left the job just before a week before the COVID started, and then everything was shifted. But some way it's helped us, some way it's not good. And that's why it started, and we started to build the aim was more towards making blockchain as simple as possible and bringing that technology to a lot of other enterprises and businesses, because those times it's more about crypto and blockchain is the only use case. So we started to do a lot on that path, and that's why it's all started, and it's still going on that same vision and mission as well.
Thank you. Now, Banu, could you shed light on how your role as a lecturer and module leader at IIT has influenced your entrepreneurial journey and vice versa?
Hi everyone. Hello, check, yeah. Hi everyone. So I think with the role as a visiting lecturer at IIT and also running the SDGP module here at IIT for the past couple of years, that has really given me the opportunity to learn along with the students, which is something that I truly admire, and that's something that I really enjoy doing the module as well, because SDGP is a module where we are also constantly learning. There's no limits to that module, because we are working on innovation. So all of you guys who have done the module, you guys have experienced it, but in future years, if you are still in first year foundation, you guys will be able to experience that as well. And getting that level of networking with the students will also help us with our business journey as well, because in a way we are always up to date with the trends, right? Because the technological world that we live in, it's always evolving. So you always have to be ready for that change. You can't be stuck in a mindset where you're thinking that, I'm going to do this and that's it. Or like, for an example, I spoke with a couple of people earlier today. One guy was saying that he's interested in doing AI projects and that only. So my advice to him was, don't just stick to one area like that. You have to be open to the possibility of the technology is changing, and you as now most of these students here are coming from software engineering or computer science backgrounds, right? So like for you guys, the best pathway is to be open and get the fundamentals and the fundamentals into yourself, so that you will be able to adapt into any situation. So yeah, that's something that I get out of that as well.
That was insightful. And next, over to you, Mithushan. What role has mentorship and networking played in your startup's growth?
Yes. Okay. Hi. So I think if I put in a perspective for people to understand, I think we are fairly new to the game. So we actually established last year. I think everyone has been there at least for 2-3 years. But we just started last year. And the main reason that we're actually functioning right now is because of the networking that we have done. Even though I said we started last year, I've been actively involved in the startup ecosystem for the past 3 to 4 years, but I've also done events through IEEE for IIT and off IIT, and the clients that we actually have right now are basically people that I've done events with. In the sense they are speakers, or they are either people who actually I met at events, right? So the core component of our services arm that we are running at the moment is truly based on referrals. The speakers that we met referred us to another set of clients and vice versa, right? So in one way, I think that actually, in terms of networking, has actually helped us. In terms of mentorship, I think our clients are also in one way mentors, as well as the people that we talk and meet as well. Why I say the clients is our mentors as well is because we function differently. We actually help startups who have ideas. So we try to be their tech arm, whereas the startups take care of operations as well as the marketing as well as the execution, right? So in terms like that, the study that they do in the market, the UX research that they do, talking to the customers and everything, the feedback that they give us help us build better products. In a sense like that, you can easily write code. Every one of us can jump into YouTube and learn to write software. But building product is another thing. You have to understand the users and build it accordingly, right? So having said that, the mentoring part actually for us comes in terms of our clients, as well as the networking is through events. I think there's a friend of mine, I think most of the people might know him, called Hirishigan. I'm introverted by nature, but Hirishigan really likes to talk, right? So we used to go to every single event, right, when we were at IIT, and used to go and talk to all the speakers there, right? So in one way or the other, that actually got me from an introvert to an I wouldn't say extrovert, but an ambivert sort of a thing. At least came up to me at a point to actually address you guys as well, right? So that's how networking in one way influences a startup, as well as influences one personally as well. Even right now, I think we're in a position to go and talk to any investor that's there in Sri Lanka. I'm pretty sure they might know me or my co-founder. It's because they have actually done enough at networking before we actually started Async itself.
Thank you very much for your valuable thoughts. And next, Suresh, what do you think about mentorship and networking as a CEO of a growing startup?
Exactly. So, especially when talking about the mentorship and building the network, is really important to lead generation as well as to gain new contacts. So, I would like to share my experience in terms of how I gain the network, how I build a network. So, before I start my business, I was a freelancer, right? Because being a freelancer doesn't allow you to go to the next level, because you have to build your own team and also you have to build your own strengths, right? So being a company, being a startup allows you to reach out to bigger clients like corporates and bigger institutions, and you can't reach out to these institutions if you don't have any contacts, right? Because you won't find contacts easily. So especially there are so many networking events that are happening in Colombo, and there are so many networking stuff you can actually take part. And also I would like to mention being part of communities also helps you to gather these contacts and networking opportunities. So right now I'm part of GDG Sri Lanka, which is one of the biggest tech communities in Sri Lanka, and also I'm part of KCD and some of the other tech communities. So from these communities we get to meet a lot of people and a lot of their perspectives, and you can understand people by taking part in these communities. And also we get to meet a lot of international people also, and I can see we can get an understanding on how they think on us, right? So that's why I always think being part of communities as well as gaining networks is key to grow your business. And also especially when it comes to product validation, you need to talk to a lot of people, because if you just think in the perspective of yourself, if you are developing product, if you just think that you are the only customer, it's not going to work. You have to talk to people and you have to validate your own idea, right? So in my perspective, that's what I can share.
Thank you. And next, over to you, Banu. What were the most significant challenges you faced during the initial years of your startup, and how did you overcome them?
Yeah, if I actually look back now, it's been about a decade now since I've been doing this. Actually, I started my business before I even joined IIT, and I've been doing it ever since. Even during the time that I was doing my studies, I was doing that, and after that I graduated and continued, even though I got multiple job offers, rejected all of that politely, and decided to go forward with my business, because that's what I had the passion for and the goal set for. So that's why I'm continuing to do that. And at that time, the most difficult part was time management, because as a student, getting all of these things managed, because you are having a full-time schedule as a student, a lot of modules to manage. And also to, in the line of videos, like, because for my YouTube channel and all of that, having, those projects, it's not just a video that I can get someone else to talk. Like, I have to be there because I'm the face of the channel. I have to be there, and I have to be, there for the content. I have to test out the product. So it's a lot of things that was going on. And added to that, the responsibilities that I had at IIT with extracurricular things and all of that. It was quite a challenge. And also, secondly, building a team after graduation, like, to get the work done and getting people to commit after the pandemic hit. Because, there was a period where people were reluctant to come to work, because especially with my video work, I had that problem, because when people can't come, I can't really share the, the footage per project. So if each project, for an example, is about 200 gigs, I can't be uploading each project, right? So that was one of another big challenge that I had as well. So challenges will come. It's just that your attitude, how you're going to mitigate that and go forward with it, that will define your career.
Thank you. Moving on. Mithushan, you work in product development. Can you share some insights into the challenges and rewards of creating tech products from the ground up?
Sure. So like I said earlier, you can always write code and ship code, like ship features. But at the end of the day, when you take product development, or if you take product engineering in general, it's a different ballgame. Like, just reiterating the point that I mentioned earlier, is because you are building products for an end customer, right? So the one thing I actually love about working with startups, or when building our own product, is we get to talk to the people, understand what they want to do. Funny enough, like 2 days ago, I actually came across something called the MUM test, right? If you're interested, you can actually read upon it. So that's the same thing that they talk about as well. So when you talk about building products, it's mostly about your end user, because if they don't like it, you don't have a business at all, right? So that's one of the biggest challenges that people do fail. And there's this concept of pivoting, right? Obviously, if someone doesn't like what you're building, you get their feedback and then you keep moving or you reiterate on building a product that they want. But there's also a downside to that is because at the end of the day, people want everything on earth, right? Even if you say you can do feature X, they want feature A to Z, and they might want again more features added into it. Then it becomes a bloat, right? And when it becomes a bloat, then you're at the end of the day you're not serving all the users, but you're serving your current customers only. So the intuitiveness that comes in building the product that you're building is not there, right? So there's always downsides when you talk about product engineering and product development, and there's perks to it as well. So one thing that we actually doing right now is something called universal apps. In a sense, we have a services arm and a product arm. So the services arm, we are very strict on the technologies that we use. We only use the tech that we use is because that's what I'm good at, and that's what the people that we work with or hire or like have on the team are good with as well. So that actually allowed us to explore down the same technologies that we use, right? For an example, if you take JavaScript, we specialize in a particular tech, and we are trying to in and out use that particular tech to actually build anything and all, right? So for an example, right now we are building products with one code base that runs on all platforms, right? So there's just one single team who can work back-end, front-end, but it works on all platforms, right? So things like that can actually help us niche down doing the product. And this actually challenge came into place because there's this product that we are doing that actually required, we have that required I think probably the universe. Okay. So yeah, basically I think the universe wants you to shut up, I guess. But yeah, so. Test. Okay. So I'll give it to the next panelist. But overall, I think when you dive more into product development, when you talk to the users, when you solve a particular business problem, then the challenges comes, and as a tech company or as a person, you will learn to overcome it. Even this building for universal apps is because we didn't want to have different people working on different tech, right? Is because you have to hire for iOS, you have to hire for Android, then you have to hire for the for desktop as well, right? So might as well use the same team and cross-functionally work across all the different avenues. So yeah, when it comes to product dev, there's challenges, but I would say just outweigh the challenges and focus more on the perks and the self-learning that you do.
Thank you, Mithushan. Building a talented team is crucial for startups. Sharmilan, can you share your experiences in recruiting, retaining, and motivating your team?
Yeah, so yeah, as you mentioned, like with these current country situations and also economic, with the economic situations and all, because the way we work, and there's few people when they pass out also like who really wants to go into the startup company compared to everyone else want to go into the MNC companies and all. So the way that we work is specifically for our technology, like when you're doing on blockchain, it's very difficult in the space of Sri Lanka to find blockchain talents and get someone who understands the blockchain, because there's a huge market for blockchain, but none of the universities or most of the education centers, like they're not teaching much on the blockchain specifically. So we are getting most of the talents who are coming from the universities who self-learn blockchain and mostly used for final year projects in IIT and a lot of other universities as well. So that's how we ideally handpick the people from the industry and see like whether they have the initial spark and the potential to learn on that technology. And also they are okay to invest at that time as well. So we handpick them, and the way that we maintain it or the way that we grow the team is we handpick them and we do the complete training. So we train them because we have the set of people who are with us, and we also come from the blockchain background for a while. So we train them from the scratch how to use that particular technology to build applications, or how to use that for industrial scale services and all. And then we kind of try to retain them. So, I mean, in some cases, some people may leave us and go for another job opportunities and all. But end of the day is like we do that as a kind of a practice for us. So we train them, we keep them for a while, and there are people who will stick with us and stay for a long period of time as well.
Thank you. And next, Suresh, what strategies have you used to acquire and retain customers?
Yeah, so in terms of lead generation and maintaining the customers, it's really important when you're sustaining a business. So especially when talking about retaining customers, there are so many methods that you can use, especially when it comes to digital marketing. You all can really focus on branding your business. Also, you all can use social media platforms to brand your business. And also one of the important things is that you have to brand yourself, not just the business, right? So there's this popular concept called personal branding. So we have to really think about how you can brand yourself, not just the business. For an example, when an investor comes and they want to invest in your company, they don't consider about the company, they consider about yourself and the team that you have. So that's why I always think personal branding is really important to retain customers and also to reach out to the multiple people. So in talking about the retaining purpose, the retaining aspect, I would say you have to provide a really good after-sales support as well as pre-sales support as well. So most of the companies, they just get the product done and the project done and they get the payment done, and after that there's no support at all. And the client is facing issues, and it's not going to work that way, right? Because a client is keeping the trust in you, and you have to give the trust in return. So that's why I would always think having a really good after-sales support is really important, even after the project is done. So that's the biggest value that we add from Infowaves to most of the clients. And also one of the most important things is that when you're working on a product or a project, you have to keep up with the deadlines, and you have to meet the deadlines, and you have to be really crucial about what you're delivering it. You have to understand the client as well, because sometimes when a client comes to us, they don't know the requirement. So we have to engineer the requirement from our end, and then we have to give them the solution. So that's what I learned over the past few years, because all the clients are not tech savvy, because there are some non-tech savvy clients as well, and we have to understand their perspective on how they think on their product would work. So understanding client is the key thing, and also good after-sales support, as well as the better UX is the key thing to retain your customers.
Thank you. This question is over to you, Mitushan. All of you have embarked on tech-focused entrepreneurial ventures. What do you believe is the essential mindset needed to survive and thrive in the startup world?
Right. I think the biggest issue that every guy in tech has is they think that they can build products, right? You can build products, yes, that's what our degree is for, that's what we study. But at the end of the day, we keep forgetting that who we are building the product for, right? So there was this, so right after uni, actually, I'm not a big fan of corporates, right? I don't like the whole corporate structure. That's why I just jumped into another startup as well, right? One thing that the person there actually did was, funny story is, there was this product that everyone in Sri Lanka was using, and he's the one who made it. But person who I am, who can actually look at something and kind of reverse engineer how a product can be made, he just came and told me, okay, this just runs through Google Sheets, right? So a product that's been used by a lot of people is just running through Google Sheets, right? So at the end of the day, when you're doing tech ventures, people think that the tech behind it is the actual key that you're doing. It's not. It's the platform or the service that your end user is using to actually make it a tech product, right? You're solving a problem using technology. Your technology is not your tech product, right? How you use it is actually how you solve it. So there was this one mentor of us who kept on saying that technology is an enabler, right? It's an enabler, it's not the only thing. So thinking like that, just have a positive, open mind that some people think that I'm very technical, so I can build a product, right? But don't be like that. Keep an open mind, is because you're solving a problem. Sometimes you can solve the problem by building the product, but you can't actually cater to the user, right? So have an open mind, and also one thing that you have to do is also have the growth mindset, right? You are bound to fail, right? Doing a startup is not glorified as it seems, right? We have had sleepless nights, we have depressing nights, right? It's like a relationship. Either it's very toxic or it's very healthy, depending on how you do it, right? It also depends on the journey that you take, because all relationships are two ways, right? Same thing with your startup. You give it effort, it gives it back to you, and the people that you work with are also, right? So having a growth mindset and also to embrace failure is a good thing, right? There might be cash flow problems, but the biggest thing that people are very afraid to jump into startups is because there's a lot of failure rates, right? It's mostly because of the founders, or probably they have very bad financial management, right? So if you can actually focus on both of that and embrace failure, then that's good. Also, your first companies might not succeed, right? There is always, luckily, probably most of us here, that their first companies have actually gone well. But there are people actually have done multiple companies, and at the end of the day only they succeed, right? So embrace failure, always be open to fail, right? And having that mindset in you can actually take you a long way. Is because when you fail is when you actually know where you went wrong. Other than that, you have this ego in your mind that you know everything, right? So when you fail is when you actually learn, and embracing that is the best way and the best mindset to actually have with you.
Thank you. And next, Suresh, how do you maintain a healthy work-life balance as a startup founder, and how has it changed over the years?
That's a pretty good question, because this is a question that I think most of the undergraduates facing right now. How to maintain good work-life balance. Not just for startups, this is really important for your academics as well, especially when you get your final year and during your internship year as well. You all have to have a really good work-life balance, right? Otherwise, you can't manage the workload that you are getting just from the university. So keeping the university inside, I'll talk about the startup experience, especially when it comes to, talking about with my experience, I saw this business when I was a third year undergraduate, right? So final year, when I get to final year, we had these assignments and exams, the FIPs, and it's so much of pressure, right? So apart from doing startup, like I mentioned earlier, I'm doing community stuff as well. I'm involved in GDG as well as there are some other communities as well. So balancing all these communities with academic work, startup work, and all this stuff is not easy, right? So you have to have the right prioritization of work, because that's the key thing of managing multiple tasks, right? So what I do is usually when there's something coming up really really urgent and really I would say important, I should prioritize that much more higher than compared to some of the low priority tasks. So that's the skill set, I would say, which is needed from everyone if you are planning to cope up with your academics as well as balancing with other stuff as well. One more thing is that you all have to manage your time well. This is something that most of the people doesn't do well these days, right? Managing the time. So we think that we have enough of time, right? We don't actually have enough time, right? Because we are living So for a day, we only have 24 hours. So within 24 hours, there's very limited things that we can do. So we should always think there's limited time that we have, and we should manage time very well based on the task that we have in hand. So those two skills are really needed if you want to do multitasking, as well as if you want to balance between your academic life as well as work life. So yeah.
Thank you very much. And next, Banu. In the rapidly changing tech landscape, how do you stay updated and ensure your startup remains innovative and competitive?
Yeah, so that's a very valid question, especially in the tech space, because like technology keeps evolving really, really fast, right? So if you just look back 5 years and see what was available versus what is available now and what people are using now, right? Everything has changed. So my approach to this and what I believe in is always evolving yourself and always changing. Like, you know, even the business model sometimes might have to change along with what you are doing. And always don't be afraid to, you know, take a risk and jump onto something when something, you know, some new technology comes out. Maybe if a client is willing to, you know, experiment and just try it out, just jump on board and see how it goes. Maybe you will be, you know, breaking into a new space there, and you might have your own product with that new technology. And also on top of that, based on how the technology is evolving, you have to use it to your advantage. Like for an example, now with you know, AI coming into play and everyone using you know, GPT, and it's just that, you know, you have to know how to use it to your advantage and how you can use it to save your time and, you know, get the AI to do the work for you, so that you don't have to, you know, all the repetitive tasks and all of those things can be given off to that, and that way you save a ton of time. But, you know, it's not that you, it's not that, not as easy as I say. You can't just, you know, give a command and just copy paste and, you know, deliver. You just have to get inspiration from that and, you know, make use of it basically in a sensible way. If you do that, you will be able to stay relevant in the technology space, even though the technologies are evolving. So that's going to help you and your business stay relevant as well as grow in the long run. So, yeah.
So just to actually tally upon when I was actually talking, I just remembered. So touching on the networking thing, I found my co-founder also through a network, like networking event, like we used to network, like volunteer at IEEE. But what he said kind of actually, so her name is Dilini. She comes from an electrical background, right? But when he said technology, and I remember there's also an avenue of no code. Like, so what is, she actually worked at a firm that runs startups. So she had to build a platform, right? She has to build like a complete booking platform, right? And one thing that came to my mind is, okay, to set up like a database, MySQL database, set up a backend, right? Some couple of endpoints, right? But she did the whole thing just using no-code tools, right? It was like a very functioning booking application that was done using no-code, was running on Notion, was running on top of another thing called Software, then it was running on another thing called Airtable. So there were forms that were connected to Notion that was taken by software, right? So no code is something that you guys can actually use. People are talking about AI hype, but the applications that's in the no code space is like very much, like there's a lot, right? Try to adopt that as engineers as well, is because even if you think about it, the booking platform would have taken us like a couple of days, set everything up, set all the forms, set up the database integrations. But she actually got that done within 3 hours. And she doesn't have like a coding background, right? So then there was another client of us who actually was running just on Sheets, like Google Sheets. It's fun that it's funny to see like a lot of things that you can go do with Google Sheets that are very, very still like godly like to me. So embrace tech as well as embrace no code as well, in a way that it, like Bhavanu mentioned, let AI do the work, but as a services company or as anyone who's freelancing, try if you can actually look into the no code space more and see if you can use that as an enabler to deliver better services also.
Thank you, Mitushan and Banu. There are some more valuable questions, but hello everyone. Finally, Sharmilan, what advice would you give to someone who is just starting their entrepreneurial journey in the tech industry?
Sure. Yeah, so entrepreneurship it's more about a mindset that you guys have to build. So it's more than the tech or non-tech, whatever you're doing. So entrepreneurship it's kind of a mindset, and you can apply that while you're doing the final year project or while you're working in a company. So you can apply that mindset wherever you want. And the one advice I can give you is, I think most of us, before we started the startup, we already worked in a startup environment. So that is more important to understand how it works. And it's totally different from how the corporate works or how the other tech companies work. So the startup mindset is pretty different, and the culture is different, and the work patterns, and everything is comparing to what you're imagining for an IT company. It's totally different in a startup journey. So it's better to get your first hands-on experience in a company that already doing a startup and understand that and being in that culture and learn about how their work pattern works, how they deal with clients, because you get a lot of areas to touch when you're in a startup. Because when you're going for a high-level company, so most of the times you'll be do a coding, or else you'll be do a business analysis or a marketing side. But when you're into the startup, you do everything. So you have to know how to do the finance, you have to know how to do the marketing, how to talk with clients, and how to build applications as well. So you will be touch upon the whole life cycle of the product development, and that is more important for you to go through that phase before you start your own startup. So that is one of the advice I would say. You can go through that, because you can't learn that through any YouTube videos or any tutorials or anything, because that's something that you have to practice and learn by the hard way. So that is that, and that is fun as well. So working in a startup environment is really fun, and I think everyone gone through that. So that is one of the important advice I can give you.
Thank you very much. It was valuable. So, ladies and gentlemen, the insights shared today are not just stories. They are lessons, experiences, and pathways for each of us to consider and potentially incorporate into our own entrepreneurial journeys. We are truly privileged to have had Banu Athraliya, Nithushan Jalangan, Suresh Piris, and Sharmilan Somasundaram here, sharing their experiences, challenges, and success. As we conclude our panel, let's carry forward the spirit of innovation, collaboration, and the undying entrepreneurial flame. Here's to the startup mindset, and here's to a brighter, tech-driven future. Thank you all for being a part of this enriching discussion. Stay tuned for more amazing content that's just tailored and exclusively brought to you by ITV. I'm Rimaz Muhammad signing off from The Startup Mindset, a discussion with alumni about their entrepreneurial experience. Thank you very much.
I'm Senjitha Nanayakkara. I'm the Vice President of the Leo Club of IIT. So the Leo Club is the youth organization of the Lions Club. We encourage young people to engage in various social activities, entertainment projects to gain leadership qualities, experience and opportunities for themselves. So we just started our Leosic year 2024. So for now we have done only one project because we just started our year. So we first started from a beach cleanup called So Shine. We did it on the 12th of this month. For future plans we have 2 musical projects, and regarding IT related stuff we have online safety seminars and e-waste management projects, and giving people mainly elders and childs about the importance of technology for their lives. I think Leo means leadership, experience and opportunities. So as students, from joining our club we gain social exposure, we get to know people. So we are partnered with the Lions Club. So with that, so once we are finished studying, so we might get good opportunities to our future.
Hi, I'm Ranadi Kumara, the President of the Students' Union here at IIT. The Students' Union of IIT represents the entire student body. We provide opportunities for students to pursue extracurricular activities. One of our main events being Stagecraft. Stagecraft is the annual talent show held from IIT for students to showcase their gifts in music, arts, dance and drama. It is undoubtedly the most spectacular event of the year. And we encourage all students to participate whether they're in those fields or not. Apart from Stagecraft, we hold multiple cultural events for the diverse student body we have here at IIT. This includes Christmas, Arudu, and even Thai Pongal. So this will help us promote fellowship among students. The Students' Union of IIT has always been a club that has been a constant since the beginning of IIT. We hope to keep that legacy. Something that we try to uphold every year is doing Stagecraft bigger than the last. So I can assure you that in the years to come, you'll see a grander and greater show. The Student Union of IIT believes in the well-being of all students. So apart from the fun events we organize, we always keep the interest of students at heart. Thank you.
Hi everyone, so I'm Sara Rahim, the Vice President Education of IIT Toastmasters Club. So what's our club? Usually why do we call it Toastmasters? It's because when you go on stage, you don't only just speak, you just toast to everyone else's success as well as your success. So what have we been doing for the past year 2022-2023? We have been holding club contests such as the humorous speech contest and table topic contest. Also, we've been doing a lot of joint meetings with other clubs as well, and theme meetings according to special days like Christmas theme meetings, April Fool's meeting, as well as Valentine theme meetings. So what do we plan to do in the future? We are also planning to hold a humorous speech and evaluation contest for the year 2023-2024. We are also planning to do a podcast. It's new and it's for the first time ever. We are also planning to let out our second newsletter. Yeah, that's what we are planning to do so far because we've just started. So why do I think that our club is the best? Come on guys, everyone is afraid of the stage. So if you want to go up on stage and be confident, Toastmasters is the best place.
So hi, I'm Atik Asmi and I'm the president for the Rotary Club of IIT for this year 2023-2024, and I was elected this July. And about the club, Rotaract is a youth-based organization which consists of youth from the ages 18 to 30, and we have 8 avenues in our club. We have club service, community service, international service, and so on. We have sports and all that. So our club that was chartered in 2010, and we have 800 plus members in our club right now. And speaking of what we have done last year, so last year we were able to complete 81 projects, and there are a total of 91 clubs in the Rotary clubs in the country, and we were known as one of the best for the past 5 years. And our signature project, community service project, Imi to Dhamma.
Hi everyone, we are with Net Hunters, the Asia Pacific Datathon 2023 winners. So Net Hunters, could you briefly explain what your project is all about?
So the product we developed was called Churnlytics. So basically it's a product built to maximize business profitability and predict customer churn. Now to understand this product, I'll just go into what the program is. So basically, churn refers to when a customer terminates his or her relationship with a company. Now the reason churn is important is because it directly impacts business revenue. And if the business can predict customer churn, they can take countermeasures that can help businesses, and that can also take further steps to prevent the customer from terminating. Now this is very beneficial because customer acquisition costs are very high rather than customer retention. Now what we did was, apart from using cutting-edge AI tools.
Thank you, Taradi, for joining with us, and hope you have a great time at Cutting Edge 2023, and wish you all the best. Thank you.
Hi everybody, I'm here today with Nuven Gorakanda Arachi. And hi Nuven, so could you briefly explain about your project?
Sure. So my project is pulmonary fibrosis prognosis prediction using quantum machine learning, named FibroQuanNet. So FibroQuanNet is actually a prognosis prediction model for pulmonary fibrosis, which is a lung disorder that people about the age of 50 to 70 usually gets 13 out of 20 people would usually get pulmonary fibrosis, with limiting them with a lifespan of about 3 to 5 years tops. So FibroQuanNet actually plans to achieve the quantum advantage for pulmonary fibrosis prognosis prediction by utilizing quantum mechanical features such as superposition, quantum entanglement, and things like that, and coming up with a very optimized quantum machine learning algorithm for pulmonary fibrosis and prognosis prediction domains.
Right, that was really inspiring. So, Nuven, can you tell me what are the obstacles you faced?
Yeah, so one of the biggest problems that I faced was the fact that there aren't much quantum machine learning experts at the moment in Sri Lanka, as well as the fact that there is a very limited time frame to come up with the solution for this application. So that was a bit of a problem initially when finding things out, and also then came my supervisor and everybody started helping me a lot with reaching out to people from overseas and coming up with solutions like talking to them through Zoom calls and things like that. So yeah, it was a very hectic journey, I would say, but worth the fun.
Alright, so is there anything you would like to say to our viewers?
In terms of machine learning, yeah, so the quantum computing, the whole quantum computing thing is actually quite fascinating, even though like it sounds very difficult and physics-ish. It's actually not, so it's quite handy when it comes to working with all of those specific things. So yeah, I would say work more with quantum computing and try different things out with this. So yeah.
Thank you so much, Nuveen.
Hi everybody, I'm with Nishara. So Nishara, what was the one project that really stood out to you?
I saw this project called FinSmart, which was basically how to manage your finances. And if I had to chance to use that app, I'll probably use it every single day because managing finance is something we all have to every day make a decision about. So I would love to have it to use it every single day.
Yeah, all right, thank you for sharing that with us. So what do you think of Cutting Edge 2023?
It's a wonderful place. It's a wonderful exhibition overall. I would love to come to it every single year because it showcases some of the best projects I think in the world. More so many apps to use every single day. So many projects we can even use for our own final year project ideas. So I just love it.
All right, thank you so much, Nishara. Thank you so much for your time. Hi everybody, I'm with Kimali. So Kimali, what was the one project that really stood out to you?
So I actually went to a couple of stalls. So there was this one project where it helps to find out accident routes type thingy. So it was really interesting to me. So I really found it to be very, very different. And I think the data collection process was also very different. So it actually caught my attention. So I think that's I think my favorite kind of out of all the things here.
Yeah.
So yeah.
All right, thank you for sharing that with us. The last question is, what do you think of Cutting Edge 2023?
Okay, so when it comes to Cutting Edge 2023, I actually volunteered a little bit and helped out. But overall, as a participant, I think it's a great opportunity. So our team came here today to present our project. And for me, it was a really nice opportunity. And I think for everyone here, it's a great opportunity. So overall, it's a great experience. And I think it's really important for us, the youth, to show our talents. So yeah, overall, it's a really great experience.
All right. All right, thank you so much, Kimberly. Thank you so much for having the time. Hi everybody, I'm with Visal. So Visal,
Yep.
what was the one project that really stood out to you?
So I think it was to do with a few second years, and I think they had a project about a language model for games. Rather, if you give them a personality, it kind of suggests, or it would, I don't know, pretend or impersonate that person. So I found that quite interesting. So as someone who is in the industry as well, and someone who regularly games as well, it was very intriguing, to say the least. Yeah.
All right, thank you so much for sharing that with us. So one last thing, what do you think of Cutting Edge 2023?
All right, yeah. So Cutting Edge, I think my first Cutting Edge was in 2019, and it was held at IIT, so a fairly small area, right? So coming back, I think 4 years after my first Cutting Edge, this is, I would say, magnificent. So yeah, that's my comment on Cutting Edge 2023.
All right, thank you so much, Visal.
Thank you.
Okay, we're good. Hi everybody, I'm with
There is different aspects to it. There is a technological aspect to it, there is a people's aspect to it, there is also a process aspect to it. So there are different domains where this AI can come into play and is gradually increasing to be in the play. So when you take technologies have adapted. So most of these technologies are using machine learning algorithms, and most of these technologies are adapting to how you can utilize this machine learning and AI kind of technologies into their products to enhance the features and the quality of delivery of these products that are being delivered. And also recently we have been seeing quite of a trend. It has also, I think after GPT was out, I think we see a trend where processors are also utilizing this, as in when a person or when an information security officer of an organization wants to know something, he or she does not actually utilize something else like a reference guide or something. They are just directly using this power of AI. So they just feed a type of information like a situation. This has, we are stuck at a specific situation. How can we deal with it? So I think this promptive GPT is not that 100% accurate, but it kind of gives you of what and where you need to be headed towards, kind of like a path. So these two domains are kind of adapting to it. So cybersecurity in that domain with the devices, with the technologies, with the softwares, these are how AI is coming into play, but it's not there fully fledged, it's not there yet. It's just there by a little bit there as of now. But I think in the foreseeable future, we are going towards developing further in this specific AI in cybersecurity as a whole domain, I would say.
Definitely. So now you spoke about the present and then the future. And also now, can I know what are the key benefits of integrating AI into cybersecurity practices at present?
Yeah, so when you take AI and integrating it into cybersecurity as a whole, you need there need to be a distinction between where we are and what we are supposed to be doing. So for now, we are in a phase in the cybersecurity world. We are in a phase where we are kind of moving strategically into automations. Automations and orchestrations is where we are heading towards at the moment, because it's more of like a technically, there are some problems that you would incur when AI is there in the play. So that's where the delimitation is. You should know whether you're trying to actually have an automation or you are going to use an AI. So where will you be using an AI? You need to have a decision-making phase. If there is no decision-making phase, they are not utilizing an AI, because artificial intelligence is supposed to learn and adapt, and it's supposed to decide at some point. So what you are trying to do as AI, you need to define it. What you need to be doing in automation, you need to define it. So when you integrate AI, where I see is beneficial for the cybersecurity domain as a whole is where this automation starts to trigger, and why or when this automation triggers, or even optimizing it. That's where I see it. I don't see artificial intelligence completely taking over a domain, or artificial intelligence like running a domain, or like deciding whether this orchestrator should run now or this playbook should run now. That kind of situation has not been seen so far, I would say. So AI could be integrated as a part of automation to fine tune the automation. So if the AI can learn and say the automation what is being delivered now has a little bit of less efficiency. So when the less efficiency is detected, the AI could also prompt and say this efficiency is less here due to these reasons. So we can fine tune it on this aspect. So always AI as a whole in cybersecurity at this stage, I would say integrating it as a value addition to the orchestration and automation is where it currently stands. So that's where the integration part of AI is at the moment.
Yeah, so sir, you spoke very briefly about how, what are the benefits of integrating AI to the cybersecurity domain. So we also know that with the integration part, there is also a rise in AI-powered attacks that we currently see, and it's sort of a trend. And how can AI also be employed as a defense mechanism to counterattack these AI-powered attacks?
Yeah, so when you take the attack aspect of AI, I would say it's not even 1% or 2% in. AI is not there yet in attack perspective. So because generally the concept of attacking or hacking in per se is you have to think out of the box. When you actually think out of the box is where a hack could happen. So usually when you build a website, or you are going to develop a product or everything, you might be hearing a thing called use case. You would be working on use cases mostly. So these use cases is what will tell you what you need to do. But in an attacker's perspective, it's actually there's two things, abuse case and misuse case. These abuse case and misuse cases are actually something that is unpredictable or it's not foreseeable kind of things. So as far as what attacks have come through in using AI, I would say the technology called deepfakes, where everybody is familiar with. You can masquerade as a different person, and you can masquerade their voices and things like that. So impersonating a user kind of attacks are there with AI, but attack towards a server, attack towards a network, attack towards an organization, that aspect AI is not actually there. But the other side, where the defense or the defense mechanism, AI is already there. They have taken steps to go on forward to deploy this, because when it comes to defending, it's within the box. You know what you're actually dealing with. You know if you want to spot an anomaly, you can say anything other than this, deploy this. That kind of rules or that kind of like a paradigm you can give. You start working when this triggers. That kind of a rule you can let it to trigger. But when you talk at an attack's perspective, you can't actually do that. We are not actually there. We are not there yet. So even as working in the offensive security domain and being into hacking and doing this every day in a day-to-day basis, to me, even I can't picture how an AI could attack. Like, would it actually do only gather the information and give me and say, these are the potential information you can use to exploit, and this is how you exploit, or so in order to perform the attack, it should continuously interact with the device. So it should be interacting with, let's say, it could be interacting with a mobile or a laptop or a server or whatever it is. It should interact with the device. How could this AI, which is like a software or a processor or whatever it is, how could this control this device and continuously perform? So when you detect a defense mechanism on the other side, we should also know on the attacker's perspective, if this is there, okay, what should I do next? Should I drop? Should I go ahead? These kind of decision making, the human aspect there is way more, I would say. So the foreseeable future for attacking aspect of AI is not yet there. We have to wait and watch. But on the defense, we have technologies that have been deployed and they work. But we are still working on the how they work and how they get detected and things like that. But still, they are subjected to manual attacks as well. So if you take defense, you need the AI needs to learn, right? That's the basic concept. AI needs to learn. So if you can hijack the point where it starts to learn, you could actually inject data that is not supposed to be injected there, which causes an attack called machine learning poisoning attack. So these kind of aspects are still there, but that is not a automated attack. That's not an AI powered attack. That's a manual attack per se. So defense is also not there yet. Attacks are also not there yet, but defense has kind of like a foot ahead compared to attacks. That's where we stand now.
Understood. I think you were very clear on that point that attacks is not yet in the state of where it is fully automated, but there's a lot of human touch into it. So now moving on, so what are some challenges and or limitations that could be seen when you implement AI in the cybersecurity domain?
That's actually one of the most interesting questions that I was looking forward to answer, because when I would take, for example, let me take the GPT as one of the examples. What we, from working from the domain in the industry, see is the people who come into the industry, the knowledge and the, what do you call, how things work and how things needs to work, all these ideas and concepts and knowledge is in a steady decline. That's what we see, because we see a kind of a dependency on these AI powered applications. So it's not wrong. I'm not saying not use AI or something like that. We are fully pro to it, because there are ways where you can actually utilize AI to the best to improve efficiency and things like that. But steadily what we see is a decline in knowledge. So what the people in the industry now are people who are in the hybrid culture, who have learned from the textbooks, who have learned from the internet, who have gone to the library and studied, people who studied in their graduate program. These are the people who are there, and they are people who are trying to adapt to this AI culture as well. So these people know how it works, and they are just using AI to efficiently get their work done. But this dependency issue that is coming up with the upcoming generation who are coming into the industry has, so I'm not pinpointing, or I'm not saying something wrong about this, but immediately what clicks is, let's ask an AI, let's ask GPT, let's see if an AI could do this. I mean, orchestration, automation, and AI is something that we have to look forward to, but you should also have the troubleshooting capacity has gone in a steady decline. So that's the challenge that we are seeing, because if at all that goes to a stage where the people who are these hybrid people who leave the industry or leave the country, or they resign and go out, you would be seeing another line of job roles opening up, saying consultancy services for security, which is already there. You would be also seeing another consultancy for a consultancy. Things like this would occur. So that's the kind of downside, and that's the kind of challenges that we would see if we start integrating and depending on AI way too much to the domain.
Yeah, definitely. And also now you spoke about how AI plays a role in integrating into the cybersecurity domain, and then we spoke about the challenges faced during that process. And now moving on, what ethical considerations should be taken into account in the process of adapting AI for cybersecurity purposes? Yeah, I feel like AI, ethicality is something that's really important in order to move forward.
Right, exactly. So ethical aspect of cybersecurity is something that it's necessary to keep in mind at every minute. So when it comes to AI, it's the same question that we asked robotics. When we were developing robots, the exact same question we asked. If at all there would be a situation, will robots be allowed to kill another human being if it was supposed to be saving another human being? It's like an ethical dilemma there where robotics got stuck. Should they allow it? Because it's going to save a life, and the other hand, it's going to take a life. It's the exact same replica of the question that we have to ask when it comes to AI, because as a defense mechanism, let's say there is an attack. I'm saying, okay, AI is built and AI is there as a defense mechanism in an organization, and the AI detects there is an active attack coming towards a server. So immediately we would say isolate the server as a consultant or as a person who would counterattack on the other side. As a person, I would say you might have to isolate that specific server, or maybe reroute the traffic that is coming towards it, maybe use a load balancer. Without getting the server down, we can route the traffic out of it, or maybe things like that. There are multiple solutions or multiple options that we can explore and find out what we could actually do at that time. Which at a worst case scenario, there are situations where we'll have to shut down the servers as well. There are situations like that. But what happens if an AI suddenly decides, not an actual attack, but seems like an attack, it just decides, okay, I see a number of requests coming through, okay, this seems like a huge attack. The AI decides, okay, if a human was here with this number of requests, he would shut down the server. And what happens if it shuts it down? That ethical problem is actually there. For example, I would say, you remember the fuel pass being deployed. So when the fuel pass got deployed on the very first day, there was skyrocket requests. Vertical scaling, horizontal scaling, it was scaled to its max. So if there was an AI, but as a human, I know the government actually deployed it today and the people were struggling for fuel and everybody's trying to request it. But if there was an AI, for it just sees the data. It just sees multiple number of requests coming in. It would decide this could be a DOS attack. So what does it do? What if it isolates the server then? What if it shuts down the server? So these kind of ethical issues. Or what if it, on the worst case, what if it starts to go rogue? This is like hypothetical and also a fantasy. What if it starts to go rogue and attack back at the same IP that it was trying to attack? So these kind of ethical issues are there when you try to integrate the AI. You should also know where its limit is. Can it stop? Although you should not restrict an AI, I would say when it starts to orchestrate, when it starts to react back, and when it starts to fight back, or when it starts to defend itself, you should actually let it know, or we should have constraints to stop where maximum it could go, or where it should require somebody else to attest and say, okay, you can go ahead with this. So that's the kind of ethical dilemma AI would get stuck when it comes to cybersecurity as a domain.
Yeah, I think you did touch a bit about the over-reliance of AI in this domain. But if we were to go to in detail, are there any potential risks, once again, associated with over-reliance of AI in the cybersecurity defenses?
Yes, the risks and the risks that you would be definitely seeing is any organization you would see not organization that gives security as a service, but organization who have security as an additional component to their organization. They would see security as a cost. So let's say there's a group of 10 people who could do it, and there is one software that could do it. From the I'm not saying I'm bad about this, but from a management's perspective, they would see as a cost benefit. They would see, okay, there's 10 people, I have to pay 10 people salaries, I have to look after them, I need to pay them EPF, ETF. There's like a huge process over there, but I can just purchase this one software and I can have one guy working on that software. So if that software is the AI we are talking about, then there's just one guy who is looking after it, and you're completely relying on technology. So as I told, cybersecurity as a whole is built on top of three things: people, process, and technology. So when you kind of get rid of one or two out of it and completely rely on one thing, then the risks that you will be looking forward to is like, what happens, the applications is down, what happens suddenly, what happens, it's also subject to an attack, what if there is a machine learning poisoning attack towards it. So these kind of, when you rely too much on it, you will lose knowledge, you will lose people, you might get rid of the process, because so for example, if you take CBSL guideline of Sri Lanka, it has defined who should see the data, who should not see the data. If there is an application, it's like the principle of least privilege. Do you need to see this data? Things like that. So you are just relying on an application, so in order for that to take the proper decision, you need to punch in all that data, all those things to that application. So that application has access to everything. So you are risking the loss of all your data as well. You are risking your network, you are risking your infrastructure. You are just, it's always what I said earlier, AI is really good if it kind of goes hand in hand with the three other processes. As you asked, if it is over-reliance, I would understand over-reliance means you have to cut down something else. So when that happens, all these risks, you are potentially throwing your organization back at a security threat. It's like removing your security team out of operations. That's where I would see if you integrate AI and remove the rest from there.
So in summary, basically all three aspects need to be part of this process of integrating AI in cybersecurity domain.
Correct. AI should be a tool that the three domains utilize in order to get the best of security, not losing security.
Yeah, thank you very much. And moving on with the next question, how can AI enhance user authentication and identify verification methods?
AI in that domain, which is identity and access management, is the domain that you're talking about. So AI per se does not actually play a role in user authentication, because for example, if you say I am a server and you are authenticating to me, I need to have a fixed attribute, like your password, your biometrics and everything. I need to have those fixed metrics in order for me to determine that you are the actual person. So when it comes to AI, what are the attributes that you are going to look at? What is it going to learn? So those kind of points are there when you take identity and access management, and when you take AI when it is integrated to it. So because the basic thing is, if I satisfy my username, if I satisfy my password, if I satisfy my biometrics, and I successfully pass the multi-factor authentication, which means I have satisfied all the variables that needs for me to get authenticated and get access to the server. Where is the need for an AI to actually make a decision and say, is he the actual person? So what if an actual person gets denied of the access? So when you take cybersecurity's three pillars, confidentiality, integrity, and availability, in that you're actually challenging and posing a potential risk to one of the pillars, the availability factor. So you are actually asking that availability, you are putting it in question, because you might get authenticated now. You might be trying to authenticate to the same server, to the same application in like 5-10 minutes. What if the AI denies you? You are the actual person. How are you going to prove an application that you are that? But I have seen implementations. For example, there was a project that I actually saw. One of my friends made it. So this actually had this learning and AI inbuilt. So what actually, the attribute that I was talking about, the attribute that was checking is the way you type. When you take a keyboard, you have a certain way of typing. So what you have to do is you have to just type 1 or 2 paragraphs in the initial when you're trying to register. So it understands how your keystrokes work and how you actually try to type. It studies that. Once it studies, if it detects a different pattern, okay, let's say you are stressed and you are trying to log in, you're not allowed, because your typing pattern might differ when you're stressed and when you're cooled down. So this attribute, so far, for now, it's not there, but I'm also looking forward to if there is a possibility that AI could be used here. But if at all AI is supposed to be used there, my only question is, what is the attribute that it's going to study? How is it going to authenticate based on that attribute? And what if one of the 3 pillars of cybersecurity falls and fails, and it's like we are trying to go more advanced and lose the basics. So that should not ever happen. So that's the kind of challenge we see there, and that's the position we stand in terms of incident identity and access management.
Yeah, so I think AI cannot directly influence this process, but we could use AI to enhance this process, right? If I'm
yes, but even until now, we are not quite sure in what aspect an AI could actually be integrated to enhance the process. But there could be possibilities. We didn't know GPT would be available until last year, so it's not there yet, and the organizations are not taking steps towards that as well, because there is this ethical crisis of whether we lose one pillar. That's the only thing. So it could be used to enhance, not fingers crossed, we'll see what features are there in the future, but it's not there yet.
Definitely. So also, could you provide examples of successfully AI-driven cybersecurity solutions that can be seen at present?
I can't be providing you examples as in with the names because there is an ethical problem
Definitely,
there.
yeah.
But I would say where the technologies have advanced. So if you take orchestrations as response once something happens and how you respond to it, we are not there yet. A specific organization, a world-renowned organization is working on it and they are almost there. It is like a security assistant to you who would be suggesting what needs to be done, where it needs to be done, improving the efficiency, kind of does the basic analysis and say, I could see this destination, I could see this source, this destination is reported as a malicious IP and things like this. It does its basic kind of analysis and it could also say, okay, this looks like this playbook should be used in this situation. But it's not there yet, it's still under development. So that kind of technology is there. For web application firewalls, obviously it was integrated a long time back. The only problem was for it to learn what is right and what is wrong. That was the only challenge. So web application firewalls are there. EDRs are there, endpoint detections and response, which now we call as an XDR, trying to integrate that feature in. And AI is kind of there, not as a whole, but as a part, it's there. So XDRs, firewalls, and security orchestrators and security incident and event managers, these are the kind of the technologies that are moving towards AI, but they are not there yet. I can't specifically mention the product names due to ethical reasons. That's the only.
Yeah, understood. So definitely we got to look into the ethical aspect as well whenever anything's been discussed.
Yes.
So moving on to the final question for today's tech session. How do you envision the future landscape of cybersecurity with continued advancement in the AI technology? Because we've been seeing AI going from one step at a time, but then it has been having a very fast movement in the past couple of days, weeks, months. So what do you think is the future landscape of cybersecurity in these terms?
So as I initially mentioned, there's like the cybersecurity is divided into 3 domains. I would love to see AI as the 4th domain in that. So for now, cybersecurity is driven by these 3 pillars. What if there's another pillar? The 4th pillar comes in as AI, and all 4 integrate and work. So here, one pillar falls, cybersecurity falls. That's the kind of situation we have found ourselves in at this particular moment. So in the future, what if AI also becomes a significant part of that tree and adds another pillar to this process and these domains? So there will be 4 domains where I will be looking at, and AI would be an integral part. As you mentioned, it's in a steady growth. It's growing at a pace where you can't stop it, and it's like AI is the growth of AI is driven by an AI. So it's not going to stop. You can't see it stopping. And from school students to elderly grown-ups are talking about AI now. AI, the concept came back long time ago, but suddenly something happened and now everybody is talking about AI. So
ChatGPT is the talk of the town.
Yeah, ChatGPT is basically the talk of the town. But even the learning curves, ChatGPT also had. So with this, if we can ensure that the AI that is being built and the machine learning algorithm is learned properly and it has no fallbacks and everything. So what I would love to see, or what as security professional we would love to see, is AI is integrated as an additional part, a significant part, which would improve the efficiency and the delivery of the security that we finally give out as security as a product, as a service, or anything. Because one thing we need to understand, 5-10 years back in Sri Lanka, security was a luxury. Nobody even cared. It was just a luxury item. When you say we have a security operations center in our company, they'll be like, oh, that's cool. You have a security operations center. But nobody said, oh, I also need one. Nobody had that mindset. But now with the development, security has become a necessity. So now AI is kind of also like that in that phase. If some product is saying I have AI integrated to it, the other product organizations are like, oh, okay, cool, nice, you have that. But they are not gotten to the phase where saying, okay, I also need this. So now AI in cybersecurity is kind of like the luxury. we would be able to see AI is a necessity of cybersecurity in the foreseeable future. It's not that far. I would say 2-3 years you would be seeing it. So I would love to see AI as a part that improves the efficiency and adds more security, not pose a challenge and increase the workload of the other three pillars. So that's where I see the future of cybersecurity and AI as a part of it.
Definitely. So the 4 pillars will have to work towards one specific objective and then they will achieve it.
Yes, exactly.
So we would like to thank you, Mr. Ashan Vijay, for sharing your time with us on this very timely and valuable topic on cybersecurity in the age of AI, navigating challenges and opportunities in the meantime. So we thank you for your time, and we hope to see you soon. We hope to see you in our future sessions as well. And thank you for your time, and have a great day.
Thank you very much.
Hi everybody, I am with Tali Basam. So Tali, what was the one project that really stood out to you?
So the project that really stood out to me was a project called Immersive Smile. So that project was done by one of my good friends, Jayaraman, and it was the idea of using VR headset to help patients go through a surgery to reduce the effects of anxiety when experiencing it.
Right. So what do you think of Cutting Edge 2023?
So this year's Cutting Edge, it's definitely bigger and better, and I really enjoyed the full experience of this event and hoping to come next year as well. Yeah.
Right. So ladies and gentlemen, that was Tali Basam with us. Thank you for joining us. Yeah. Hi everybody, I am with Shazna Shamil. So Shazna, what was the one project that really stood out to you?
It was the period spans with the hot packs attached to it. So I feel like that was a really good thing.
Okay, all right. That was really informative. So what do you think of Cutting Edge 2023?
I think it's a very well implemented project and gives future and aspiring entrepreneurs a platform.
Okay, thank you very much, Shasna, for talking with us, and we wish you luck. All the best. Hi everybody, I am with Tali Basam. So Tali, what was the one project that really stood out to you?
So the project that really stood out to me was a project called Immersive Smile. So that project was done by one of my good friends, Jayaraman, and it was the idea of using VR headset to help patients go through a surgery to reduce the effects of anxiety when experiencing it.
Right. So what do you think of Cutting Edge 2023?
So this year's Cutting Edge, it's definitely bigger and better, and I really enjoyed the full experience of this event and hoping to come next year as well. Yeah.
Right. So ladies and gentlemen, that was Tali Basam with us. Thank you for joining us. Yeah. Hi everybody, I am with Andrew. So Andrew, what was the one project that really stood out to you?
So when I did...
Hi everybody, I am with Ms. Nayami Krishnaraja, the Dean of School of Computing of IIT. Miss, what do you think of Cutting Edge 2023, and do you see any improvement from any previous editions?
Yes, this year's Cutting Edge added value. I think we again were able to present all state-of-the-art research work done by students at IIT. But in addition to that, we had alumni startups who also they are presenting their work and giving new dimension to Cutting Edge. It was also nice to see many companies and schools participating and collaborating with our students in various ways. All in all, it has been a very good achievement, and also there was a good synergy between the parties that engaged in this event.
Thank you, Miss, for those lovely compliments. We really hope that you enjoyed today's event, and we really hope that this year's Cutting Edge really met your expectations and hopes. Thank you very much for joining us. Hi everybody, I am with Miss Naomi Krishnaraja. Hi everybody, I am with Avisha Dimyal. So Avisha, could you briefly explain what your project is all about?
Yeah, so my project is actually a mobile application that was brought forward to help those who are challenged with substance use disorder or drug addiction, and it was mainly targeted to ages 18 to 30. And a little bit about this project. So actually this is like a prevailing problem in Sri Lanka because as statistics indicate, the number of drug addiction amongst the youth is increasing daily. So what I did was I did my part of research, and I came up with a few features which can actually assist and which can actually help these users walk through and get over their condition. And some of these features include things like online calling, and that means connecting with a therapist, and various features to help them track their goals, and also the main feature which was a withdrawal symptom predictor using machine learning.
Right. Thank you. That was very informative. So next, were there any obstacles you faced and how did you overcome them?
Yeah, so if you take drug addiction or substance use disorder, I think one of the main problems is that it's a large scope, and also this area isn't looked into technically as much. So one of the main problems I had to go through was finding a scope to narrow it down and finding which area I could actually cater to, which is when I chose this niche market of withdrawal symptoms, and I thought of focusing on that, which actually makes a big impact by covering a rather big gap.
So that was also very informative. Thank you very much for your time, and we wish you all the best for your future. Thank you.
Hi everyone, welcome back to Cutting Edge 2023.
Who cares what the world's gonna say? 'Cause you know they're gonna say it anyway. Who cares if they laugh at what we do? 'Cause it's only me and you that know the truth. Middle finger to the sky, they don't know about you and I. We've been rolling deeper than they'll ever know. Even though I broke your heart, no, that won't keep us apart. Baby, I know, I'm not giving you up. If you want my love, then you got it. Anytime you want it, baby, bring your body back to me. They can call me foolish and stupid, don't know why I do this, but baby, bring your body back to me. I know, I'm not giving you up. I know, I'm not giving you up. If you want my love, then you got it. Anytime you want it, baby, bring your body back to me. I'm not giving you up, giving you up. I'm not giving you up, giving you up. Baby, bring your body back to me. Who cares what the world's gonna think? 'Cause you know they're gonna think it anyway. I love all the bad things that we do. Shut your mouth and put your hands right on your toe. Middle finger to the sky, they don't know about you and I. We've been rolling deeper than they'll ever know. Even though I broke your heart, no, that won't keep us apart. Baby, I not giving you up. If you want my love, then you baby, bring your body back to me. I know, I'm not giving you up. I know, I'm not giving you up. If you want my love, then you got it. Anytime you want it, baby, bring your body back to me.
Building a digital product is complex, demanding, uncertain. And that's where we come in. We're a group of creative thinkers, digital product specialists, dreamers, and team players. With over 15 years in the industry, 400 innovators, 50 awards, building over 150 digital products for our global customers. We engage in your
Akshay Mohan at IIT in the year 2021 and started doing my degree in software engineering. I recently finished my second year and I've gotten here about IIT Global Pathways and I printed that Lakshika map regarding this. I'm truly honored to share that I've got £5,000 scholarship from the University of Westminster. For this immense gratitude, I thank IIT and Ms. Lakshika for supporting me out. Hi, I'm Akshay Mohan Das. I've started to join IIT in the year 2021 and started doing my degree in software engineering. I recently finished my second year and I've gotten here about IIT Global Pathways and I printed that Lakshika map regarding this. I'm truly honored to share that I've got £5,000 scholarship from the University of Westminster. For this immense gratitude, I thank IIT and Ms. Lakshika for supporting me out. Hi, I'm Akshay Mohan Das.
The traditional booking process is slowing you down. Your team is overwhelmed with phone calls while customers are frustrated. Whether you have a busy practice or wish to expand, you can save time, improve customer service, and grow your practice by placing your bookings on autopilot with Vetstoria. Vetstoria's industry-leading platform helps practices big and small reduce call volume and increase revenue with fully automated online booking. It works by connecting to your practice management software to display real-time availability based on your schedule, and offers 24/7 access to the 70% of pet owners who prefer to book online. Practices using Vetstoria capture more new clients and drive more revenue, with half of the appointments booked online occurring outside of regular working hours. Save time for your team and improve your customer experience while boosting revenue with automated, real-time online booking. Join thousands of thriving practices using Vetstoria today. Visit www.vetstoria.com to book your free demo. Your traditional booking process is slowing you down. Your team is overwhelmed with phone calls while customers are frustrated. Whether you have a busy practice or wish to expand, you can save time, improve customer service, and grow your practice by placing your bookings on autopilot with Vetstoria.
I'm Muad Himaz.
And I'm Cecily Rajapaksha, and we're thrilled to be your hosts for this fantastic event. Organized by the Informatics Institute of Technology, Cutting Edge 2023 has been an incredible journey into the future of technology.
Absolutely, Sesandi. Today we witnessed innovative projects and solutions from our talented young students, and we've had the privilege to learn a lot from various industry experts who've been joining us throughout the day.
Now, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our esteemed Dean of the School of Computing, Ms. Naomi Krishnaraja, to share the closing remarks of Cutting Edge 2023.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, students, well-wishers, and our sponsors and our chairman of Informatics to this evening closing ceremony. I think as we gather here at the closing ceremony of Cutting Edge 2023, we are filled with joy and gratitude for the immense effort put by the students committee in organizing this event. And Cutting Edge has always been a platform where we have showcased innovation, talent, dedication displayed by our undergraduate and postgraduate students and also our foundation students. These are young entrepreneurs and maybe even entrepreneurs who will enter the workforce. Encouraging them and admiring their products and giving them ideas will take them to the next level of expertise. These projects only not demonstrate their technical capabilities, but it's infused into the environment for which they have developed these projects, and most of them have looked into state-of-the-art technology in applying the solution and also looking at alternative ways.
Always, such an exhibition helps our students to engage with industry, and it also helps them to showcase their products, to be able to competently explain what they have done over the year, and also to find opportunities. While we close this event, I would also like to appreciate all the students who worked on this event at the backstage and made this event be a successful event, and also all the students who worked tirelessly over the year to develop these innovative projects. We also would like to thank our faculty who mentored these students over the year and groomed them to today's event. We also like to thank our sponsors who went the extra mile to support this event, so that today we could have this opportunity for undergraduates to present their work. Your contribution undoubtedly will help shaping these young students who will contribute to the world of work. Finally, I would also like to thank the school students who participated in the coding competitions and today who have won awards. It's a great achievement that you have already thought of making IT a pathway. Once again, congratulations to all participants, and let's give them a well-deserved round of applause. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Naomi Krishnaraja. Now, let's take a moment to express our gratitude to the incredible sponsors who have made Cutting Edge 2023 possible.
Definitely. The Platinum sponsors and technologies, we thank you for your unwavering commitment in fostering innovation. Your support has been invaluable in making this event a resounding success.
Yes, and a big round of applause for our gold sponsor, Vetstoria. Your generosity and belief in the potential of our students have truly made a difference.
We would also like to thank our gratitude to our silver sponsors, Lanka Oryx Information Technology Private Limited and Zone 24/7. Your partnership has helped us taking Cutting Edge to new heights.
And let's not forget our bronze sponsors, Eternum Lanka Private Limited, WSO2 and Creative Software. Your contributions have been essential in creating this platform for our students to shine.
Last but not least, a special thank you to our innovations partner, 99X Technology. Your collaboration has enriched this event and allowed our students to explore cutting-edge technologies.
Together, these sponsors have played a crucial role in making Cutting Edge 2023 a reality.
From robotics to artificial intelligence, biotechnology to renewable energy, Cutting Edge 2023 has showcased the incredible potential of emerging technologies.
Yes, we have seen how these innovations are not just transforming industries, but also improving lives and creating a more sustainable future.
And let's also not forget the passion and dedication of our students, demonstrating over 90 plus projects and ideas which have been showcased throughout the day. Their projects and ideas have demonstrated the power of youth and creativity in driving technology advancements.
And over 120 plus participants from schools island-wide taking part in various coding competitions held throughout giving them the platform to come to the forefront in the field of technology.
Now, as we conclude this event, let's carry these insights forward, inspired to continue pushing the boundaries of what's possible. Ladies and gentlemen, let us now have a look at the sponsor videos.
Process is slowing you down. Your team is overwhelmed with phone calls while customers are frustrated. Whether you have a busy practice or wish to expand, you can save time, improve customer service, and grow your practice by placing your bookings on autopilot with Vetstoria. Vetstoria's industry-leading platform helps practices big and small reduce call volume and increase revenue with fully automated online booking. It works by connecting to your practice management software to display real-time availability based on your schedule, and offers 24/7 access to the 70% of pet owners who prefer to book online. Practices using Vetstoria capture more new clients and drive more revenue, with half of the appointments booked online occurring outside of regular working hours. Save time for your team and improve your customer experience while boosting revenue with automated, real-time online booking. Join thousands of thriving practices using Vetstoria today. Visit www.vetstoria.com to book your free demo. Your traditional...
Building a digital product is complex, demanding, uncertain. And that's where we come in. We're a group of creative thinkers, digital product specialists, dreamers, and team players. With over 15 years in the industry, 400 innovators, 50 awards, building over 150 digital products for our global customers. We engage in your awesome idea and help bring it to life. 99X, creating impactful digital products together.
Welcome to the future of farming with Govi.ai, where cutting-edge technology meets the art of cultivation. Farmers around the world are facing challenges like unpredictable...
Building a digital product is complex, demanding, uncertain. And that's where we come in. We're a group of creative thinkers, digital product specialists, dreamers, and team players. With over 15 years in the industry, 400 innovators, 50 awards, building over 150 digital products for our global customers. We engage in your awesome idea and help bring it to life. 99X, creating impactful digital products together.
Your traditional booking process is slowing you down. Your team is overwhelmed with phone calls while customers are frustrated. Whether you have a busy practice or wish to expand, you can save time, improve customer service, and grow your practice by placing your bookings on autopilot with Vetstoria. Vetstoria's industry-leading platform helps practices big and small reduce call volume and increase revenue with fully automated online booking. It works by connecting to your practice management software to display real-time availability based on your schedule, and offers 24/7 access to the 70% of pet owners who prefer to book online. Practices using Vetstoria capture more new clients and drive more revenue, with half of the appointments booked online occurring outside of regular working hours. Save time for your team and improve your customer experience while boosting revenue with automated, real-time online booking. Join thousands of thriving practices using Vetstoria today. Visit www.vetstoria.com to book your free demo. Your traditional booking process is slowing you down. Your team is overwhelmed with phone calls while customers are frustrated. Whether you have a busy practice or wish to expand, you can save time, improve customer service, and grow your practice by placing your bookings on autopilot with Vetstoria. Vetstoria's industry-leading platform helps practices big and small reduce call volume and increase revenue with fully automated online booking. It works by connecting to your practice management software to display real-time availability based on your schedule, and offers 24/7 access.
Time to recognize and celebrate the outstanding achievements of our talented participants.
Now, I would like to invite Mr. Janit Vimaladasa to hand out the awards for the Tech Minds Challenge. Sir, can we please have you on stage? And to assist, I would like to invite Mr. Dilshad Ahmed on stage. First up, for the Tech Minds Challenge Ordinary Level Competitions. In third place, Apisingha Mudyansalage Lithika Metsilu Senaviratna from Ananda College.
Second place, WMDB Vijay Sundara from Malyadeva College, Kurunagala.
And in first place, Nisandu Atsara Veerakon Vikramasinghe from Ananda College.
Advanced level competition winners. In third place, we've got Gamage Bhatia from Bandanayaka College, Gampaha.
And in second place, EADPD Ranasinghe from Ananda College.
Ladies and gentlemen, in first place we have Liana Manut Madinu Rajaratna from Bandanayaka College, Gampaha.
the winners of the Tech Minds Challenge Foundation level competitions. In third place, Thisal Navidu Bandara Gannile.
Second place, we have Bulahingate Shavind Rodrigo.
First place, Mohammed Ramiz Rakib.
Thank you, sir. You all may now take your seats. For Cutting Edge 2023 gaming competition, could we kindly call upon on stage Ms. Kishani Pereira, assisted by Mr. Prashant Ratnaikar.
The winners for the Call of Duty Mobile gaming competition. In second place, Dystopian Kings.
First place for the gaming competition of Call of Duty Mobile, we have Team STF.
Of the gaming competition Valorant, second place goes to Team Lobster James.
And in first place, we have Team Zyphos Esports Valorant. Of PUBG Mobile, first place, JKR.
soccer, in first place we have Situka K. For gaming competition, Dota, in second place we have team Zyphos Esports Origin Unknown.
First place, we have Team Boomers.
Ladies and gentlemen, now for the most anticipated segment of awarding, which is the awarding for the project competitions. May we invite on stage Dr. Gamini Vikramasinghe, assisted by Miss Naomi Krishna Raja. Ladies and gentlemen, to start off with, the most popular project at Cutting Edge 2023 goes to Team Cuddle Care. Business Innovation. Third place, Selisha Sagai Ratnam. Second place, we have Lakna Pereira.
And in first place, Gajanan Karnanathan.
Now, for the best software product innovation. In third place, Nimendra Karyavasam.
And in second place, Minuthu Tiranja.
Ladies and gentlemen, in first place we have IPM De Silva.
The winners for the best business research. In third place, Ureshka De Silva.
In second place, Shashini Vasnanathan. And in first place, Vishalini Sureshan.
Now, the winner for the best technical research and development project goes to Diabetes Care by Nirmani Jaiprabha Patirage.
Thank you, Dr. Gamini Vikramasinghe and Ms. Naomi Krishnaraja. You may now take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to congratulate to all winners and participants. Your hard work and dedication have truly impressed us all. Ladies and gentlemen, can we give another round of applause to all the winners of Cutting Edge 2023?
Ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor to have with us today Mr. Janit Vimaladasa, Vice President of Business Development at Zen Technology. He has been a driving force in the world of technology and education, and his insights are invaluable to us. Let's give him a warm welcome as we invite him on stage for a few words.
I'm guessing both mics work. Good afternoon, actually. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'll try to be short and sweet about it because the organizers mentioned it as well. I'm proud to stand here as a representative of Zen Technologies, Platinum sponsor for Cutting Edge 2023. It's an honor to address a gathering of esteemed academics and business leaders like Dr. Gamini and students as well from various fields. At Zen, we believe in the transformative power of ideas, and we've witnessed that power today in the projects that we've seen by the students. These projects have the ability to reshape industries, solve complex problems, and improve our society in general. It's inspiring to see the future leaders of technology advancements right here in front of us today. As a sponsor, we're not just here to support this cause financially. We're here to celebrate your achievements and to be part of your journey. We recognize the importance of nurturing talent, and we're committed to fostering innovation in the fields of IT and business. A lot of the interns and graduates have gone on to work at Zen Technologies, and we are proud to sponsor not just Cutting Edge, but the various events that the campus holds throughout the year. In closing, I'd like to thank the students for your dedication and hard work. It's not gone unnoticed. We'd love to see the ideas that come out of these projects in the years to come. To the faculty, organizers, and everyone involved in making this fair a success, we thank you once again for making us a part of it as well. Thank you for your dedication and passion. We look forward to witnessing the incredible impact that you'll make in the future, and congratulations once again.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, now we would like to invite the secretarial team co-leads, Ms. Erandi Leonagamage and Ms. Celsia Sageratnam, to deliver the word of thanks of Cutting Edge 2023.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, event sponsors, academic and administrative staff, fellow IITians, and all those who have joined us today. Good evening. It's an honor and a privilege for us to stand before you today as we conclude Cutting Edge 23, an event that has been celebration of innovation, technology, and the relentless spirits of exploration. First and foremost, congratulations to all those who have won awards today. Your hard work and effort have paid off. To others, well done, keep on expanding your knowledge and training. Throughout this event, we have witnessed remarkable achievements, groundbreaking ideas, and limitless potential that resides within each of us. Cutting Edge 23 has been a testament to the power of collaboration, innovation, and the unwavering determination of our students, faculty, sponsors, and the supporters. We would like to take this opportunity to express our gratitude to everyone who has made it a success. First and foremost, the management of IIT for the invaluable support throughout all these months of planning and execution. An event of this scale cannot be made a success without your constant encouragement and support. A very big thank you goes to Mr. Prashant Ratnayaka, the project chair of Cutting Edge 23, for constantly encouraging us to reach our maximum potential from the very beginning itself. We would also like to thank Mr. Dilshad Ahmed for continuously assisting us throughout this process. Next, we would like to extend our gratitude to our sponsors as well. Our platinum sponsor, Zen Technologies, our gold sponsor, Vestoria, our silver sponsors, Lanka RX Information Technology Limited and Zone 24/7, our bronze sponsors, Atrium Lanka Private Limited, WSO2, and as well as Creative Software, and lastly, our innovation sponsor, 99X Technology Private Limited. Your partnership has not only made this event possible, but also has inspired and empowered the brilliant mind within our institution. Your investment in this innovation goes far beyond this event, and it's an investment in the future. One of the pillars of our success has been the guidance and mentorship of our esteemed faculty and the staff members who have served as the lecturer in charge of every committee. Their dedication to fostering innovation, their tireless effort in guiding our student committee leads, and their unwavering support have been instrumental in making Cutting Edge 2023 a resounding success.
The following individuals have worked tirelessly for this event, even amongst their busy schedules. Our Project Competition Committee lecturers in charge, Ms. Abarna Kirupananda, Ms. Gayashwini Ratnayaka, Ms. Kumudini Sarat Chandra, Ms. Malsha Fernando, and Mr. Nipuna Sena Nayaka, and our student committee lead, Chaturavira Singha, Nuvin Godakandarachi, Ashwak Ahmed, and Hamza Zihad. Our Coding Competition Committee lecturer in charge, Mr. Lakshan Costa, and our student committee lead, Nazim Kalam. Our Gaming Competition Committee lecturers in charge, Ms. Sulochana Rupasingha, Ms. Hiruni Samarage, Mr. Torin Veerasingha, Ms. Janani Harishchandra, and Ms. Teja Pereira, along with our student committee lead, Tinayani Gamage and Shimar Ahmed. Our ITV committee lecturer in charge, Professor Prasad Vimal Ratna and Ms. Dilika Elvis, along with our student committee lead, Hakim Fazli and Chamikara Karya Peruma. Our opening, closing and awards committee lecturer in charge, Ms. Nithni Vijay Singha and Ms. Rashmi Pereira. And our student committee leads of that particular committee, Vishani Sureshan and Rasula Yaditya. Our comparing committee lecturer in charge, Ms. Antoinette Hettiarachi, and our student committee lead, Rasula Yaditya once again. And our design and video editing committee lecturers in charge, Mr. Ruan Egodavatta, Mr. Nishanta Chandrasena, and our student committee leads, Shadim Sadiq and Maiz Iyaz. Our marketing committee staff in charge, Mr. Ashfaq Ahmed, and our student committee lead, Pratlosh Paramasivam. Our content and Eastwania committee lecturers in charge, Ms. Sapna Kumara Patirage, Ms. Lakna Gammedda, Ms. Sashintani Pereira, Mr. Nuwan Jayavardhana, Ms. Chayani Silvardhana, Ms. Shonali Apansu, and Ms. Antoinette Hettiarachi, along with the student committee leads, Hiruni Pereira, Niesha Martin, and Sanjali Gurge. Our Web and Development Committee lecturers in charge, Mr. Prasad Pushpika, Mr. Pumada Fernando, Mr. Sahan Priyanana, Mr. Dinusha Ruan, Mr. Deshan Sumanathilaka, Mr. Rathisan Sivanyana Lingam, and our student committee leads, Chandra Gunathilaka and Jazan Ahmed. Our certificates, special awards, and trophies committee lecturer in charge, Mr. Qasim Farouk, Ms. Janice Abekun, Mr. Saman Hettiarachi, Mr. Prashanta Rodrigo, and our student committee leads, Hakim Fazli and Chamikara Karya Peruma once again. And our finance committee lecturer in charge, Mr. Leon James, and our student committee lead, Diniti Gamlat. Our logistic committee staff in charge, Mr. Sarat Ananda, and our student committee lead, Ishfaq Siddiq. And our event committee lecturer in charge, Ms. Sara Baladarshan Satyanandan, and our student committee lead, Ashen Pereira. A big thank you to each and every one of you. We would also like to extend our gratitude to all the supporting staff of IIT and the venue staff of BMICH for helping us to host a smooth event. Last but not least, our fellow committee members and our beloved volunteers who have been a pillar of strength from day one. Thank you very much for your commitment and coordination. Without you all, this event would not have been a success. We are very glad to have worked with a committee of such professionalism and talent. As we prepare to conclude this incredible event, let us not forget the friendships we've forged, the knowledge we've gained, and the inspirations we've drawn from one another. Let these experiences serve as a catalyst for the bright future that lies ahead. As we step out of this event and into the world, let us carry with us the spirit of Cutting Edge 23, a spirit of boundless curiosity, relentless innovation, and an unwavering belief in the power of digital revolution to transform our world. Thank you to everyone once again for being a part of this incredible journey. Farewell, and until we meet again at Cutting Edge 2024, continue to push the boundaries of what is possible. We are the co-secretaries of Cutting Edge 2023, officially signing off. I am Sersha Sagairatnam.
I'm Erindiyali Yangabuge.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, to conclude this remarkable event, let us all stand together and join in singing the Informatics Institute of Technology anthem.
Thank you. It, 3,000 plus you are saying, no?
Yeah.
I didn't start. I was actually.
Testing 1, 2.
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes Cutting Edge 2023, the annual tech extravaganza organized by the Informatics Institute of Technology.
Yes, Muad, and it has truly been a few weeks of a remarkable lineup.
Definitely, Sesande, we have seen 90 plus projects and over 120 plus participants island-wide taking part in our various coding competitions and various other competitions as well.
So Muad, about those 3,000 participants we were expecting today, did we get those and what were their feedback?
Now definitely, Sesande, we got over more than 3,000 participants here at BMICH premises. We got a lot of positive feedback in all our interview sessions that we had with participants and exhibitors as well. So I think Cutting Edge 2023 was a resounding success yet again.
And those celebrities that I was looking forward to in the morning, Muad.
Definitely, the celebrities, we would definitely love to thank all the influencers who took their time and made it all the way to Cutting Edge 2023 to make Cutting Edge a more fancier and to make Cutting Edge a resounding success.
We have to thank our participants, right? All of the projects that were showcased today, they were something amazing that IIT has to show for the students of IIT.
Definitely, we would like to thank the participants, and not just the participants, we would also like to thank everyone else on backstage who voluntarily helped in making Cutting Edge 2023 a resounding success. And with that, looking forward to see you at Cutting Edge 2024.